This is DK and Shade from TacoYaki Anime,
Yo.
and we are back for the 100th time. ah,
Yes, 100 times.
yeah.
That's
So,
crazy.
yeah, yeah. It's like, what is it? 11 years ago. did not think,
God.
did not think that we would get this far. Um,
No.
yeah. It's. What was it? Basically three YouTube people suggested to me as a viewer, not me individually, but suggested to viewers that they should create their own channel and do their own thing. And
Mm-hmm.
after 2 years of hearing that, I finally did it. And then here we are 11 years later. So, yep. Today we'll be talking.
Crazy.
Yep. Today we'll be talking about our initial thoughts on the spring season of 2025.
I will say, I don't know if it's just because we're coming off of the winter season, and the winter season had solo leveling, which
Mm.
was just such a big, heavy hitter, that this season feels. It's not bad, but it just feels kind of. Eh. Like I don't have any like real big standout shows. You know what I mean? Like there's no one show that I'm like I'm okay with watching what's currently airing, but it's not like I'm overly hyped and excited to be like, "Oh, I need the next episode. I need the next episode. I need the next episode." Now this season I'm just like, "Oh, hey, another episode's out. Cool. I can watch this."
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. This season is
Whereas
more.
before, like last year, it was like solo leveling. Like, "Oh my God, what's the next episode? Come on, I'm gonna see it. Show it to me now." Stuff like that, where I'm just like, I feel like this season just feels a little lackluster.
I would say lower stakes.
Yeah.
Like last season was a lot more excitement and the stakes were high.
Oh, for
Um,
sure. 100%.
but yeah, for me this season is more fun and
It's more chill.
yes, yes.
More
Um,
chill.
um, the the I don't know. It's like for me the coolest thing is that I it's like because it's episode 100. It's like I wanted to like be for reals ready. so
Yeah.
so I yeah I like basically I was like I got stuff I need to do. Adulting is a lot, especially in 2025. But I
Sure.
I wanted to like make a take a real big break and like I'm not doing anything this weekend except for this, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's it's not the high octane season of last season, but I would say half of the shows had me laughing. Like I
Yeah.
yeah
They were all very so far. I mean, I don't have anything overtly to complain about. I'm just not overly hyped about anything. I'm just like, this is kind of cool. And more or less, it's almost just like a cozy sit down and I'm gonna sit down to eat and watch something,
yeah
and it's just that there for that kind of situation.
yeah.
I'm not going out of my way though for anything in particular though. So it's kind of I don't know. It's a weird dynamic, and I think I want to say that part of it is just because of just how big and large the past season was.
Yes. Um, yeah, it's funny that you say it going out of your way. Um, a lot of the shows are starting to spread to other streaming services, or they've been
Mm-hmm.
there for a while, and because I was kind of free to like roam everywhere, I was like, oh, now anime's on this platform and this platform and this platform. And I'm
Yeah,
like, anime watching everything is gonna be expensive.
it is. And
so
honestly, I mean, there is one anime on here that we'll talk about that. Yeah, I'm watching it through Amazon, and I was like, this feels weird.
Yes, yes. Another platform that was added to my repertoire was Max, HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
Really?
yeah, and
That's crazy.
I'm like, no, I don't, I don't want another subscription, but, but at least Crunchyroll's not a monopoly, so
I agree, and at the same time, it's still a little frustrating to not have like,
the home base, yeah,
yeah, and now it's like just because I see something that and here's the thing about anime though too is like you don't always know if you're going to like something, and to just have a subscription for one thing that just to be able to watch one thing that you don't even aren't even sure you're going to really enjoy seems like a waste.
yes, yes, like especially for Max. Let's say only one show in spring was on there that I wanted to watch, but
Mm,
I don't know if it's like I try it out in winter. It's like nothing really good here. Okay, cool. I kind of just spent three months of the subscription, not really finding anything.
yeah,
I go in spring, cool. Got one show, liked it. They go to summer, and it's like nah, nothing good either. And then winter is like just spent $80 on this streaming subscription, and I could have just
yeah.
bought the show for that price or less.
Yeah, the one show that I'm actually interested in, and
Yeah,
it's like, or that I actually enjoyed. So it's very. While I don't agree that any one person or any one company should have a monopoly on something like that, I also am just like.
yeah, yeah.
So
But yeah. So, whew, let's get episode 100 underway. All right. The first show we're gonna be talking about is I left my A rank party to help my students reach the dungeon depths.
yes, so I'm not gonna have. I mean, we've already talked about this. This is a continuation from
Yes.
previous. It hasn't ended yet.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and honestly, I kind of feel like it's not going to with the way that they've set things up. I don't know how many episodes it's supposed to have, but it should be reaching close to conclusion at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as far as the episode, I feel like they're just setting things up for another season to happen,
Okay. Are like
and
filler episodes?
I'm okay with that. No, I think like they completed an arc that they were previously doing.
Mm-hmm.
So like there is a completion that has taken place, but that like, they're already setting up for more to come.
Okay.
Oh well, okay. Maybe it is going to continue because it's only on episode 17 of 24. So there's still another 6 more episodes to go. So I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe they will finish it.
Okay.
Maybe they will finish it. It's still good. I mean, I from the last time I talked about it, I don't really have any complaints and about it. It has it's a little turbulent, and I say that just because like it has darker moments in it that I'm like ooh, and then all of a sudden they're like no 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 take that back that's too dark we're gonna pull back from that we're skip that redo or just like oh we're gonna gloss over those little details and facts and I'm like wait what are we doing here what happened um and again he his freaking Yuke's the main guy his catchphrase every single freaking time let's have fun but be safe and I'm like good
Yeah.
lord this is like ah it, you have this overarching like viewpoint and you're doing the build up on certain things and then to have him say something like that just completely throws me out of it
Mm.
at least for like the first few minutes until we get back into something and I'm just like okay thank god I'm just like dude you're annoying and that one instance you're annoying. Everything else you do is phenomenal and great, and I love it. But in that one instance, you're so annoying. Um, yeah, storyline wise, I think it's pretty solid. It's nothing outstanding. It's not knocking my socks off by any
Mhm.
stretch of the means. But I think in general, it has a pretty decently solid storyline. There's a lot of world building going on in here. There's a lot of lore. I can tell based upon the fact that it's originally a light novel that it just has a lot of depth to it.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm sure, given what they've shown so far, if they should choose to continue with it,
Mhm.
even after the next 6 episodes, I'm sure they could, based upon everything I've seen. Because every time they go into someplace new, it's like we're expanding the world that much more.
Okay.
Everything changes. We see completely different dungeons. The last dungeon they were in was a completely different world that we end up finding out. It
Okay.
was another world was actually en- encompassing onto their world, and it was causing a potential calamity in which they had to basically go into that world and stop it from continuing its journey to come and then come back to where they were.
Okay.
So it was a huge to do as far as that go. Just a lot of shit going on. So, um, but it's fun. The characters are fun. I think it's classic fantasy when it comes to that. You have the elf, you have the warrior, you have the mage. Of course, because it's anime, they all have to be female and they all have to be in love with the main character, dude. But yeah, I mean, in general, and as far as everything goes, I think it's a solid anime. Um, you know, again, I feel like I would probably be a little more amped or excited for it in general. But again, this is coming off of solo leveling after last season, and when it comes to fantasy and stuff like that, and I'm just like, you start putting that on a tier like that, and you're just like, it was okay. So
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Um. Yeah. It's I was thinking about watching this one because I had so much time. I was
mhm,
like, I'm gonna watch almost everything, and then I got your list, and I'm like, ooh, this many more shows that I could possibly check out. um,
mhm. Yeah,
but then I saw that that one was like core two, and I was like, oh,
yeah.
that's too big. so so
Given the opportunity, I mean, I don't think it would be anything for you. Given knowing your tastes and such, I don't think it would be anything you would be completely amazed about. I think you would appreciate the locations that they go to, and because
mhm.
it's again, it takes the idea of dungeons and just goes, yeah, but what if they were just completely separate worlds apart from each other kind of situation?
Okay,
Even the same dungeon, different levels become completely different worlds onto themselves.
okay,
Um, so I mean that's cool, but I mean the tropes are there. Um, at the very least, even though they're all female except for the main character, I appreciate the fact that they don't go with the very stereotypical anime trope of females in anime being either just kind of no brainers, ditzy, or just being like he's the brains of the operation. Like no, they all have their own personality. They all have their own thought process. Yeah, can they be a bit brash at times? Yes, but they're not like stupid about it.
yeah,
So
okay, okay, that's good. Um, Yeah, I kind of have an opinion about that subject, but that's for a different show. So,
that'll take way too long. We have too many things to talk about.
yes. So, yeah, that will be that one. The next show we're going to be talking about is Catch Me at the Ballpark.
Now, you just watched the first episode of this, or you already watched a couple?
I actually really like this show, so I'm three.
Really?
I'm three in. So, uh,
Wow.
yeah.
I mean, is it just what we thought it was going to be, or
Um, so it's a not as crazy um, working.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not just um,
So they
it's
take more of a realistic approach to it.
oh yes,
Okay.
it's basically celebrating the culture at a ballpark through
Interesting.
the vendors, through different different patrons that come,
Mhm.
security officers, like just the facility in general, the mascots, the players. Like it's just
Mhm.
the whole culture of a ballpark, which is it's actually very fun. Um,
Mhm.
so go ahead and go through the points. Yeah, so I'm 3 episodes in, and yeah, it's really really cool. As far as the characters, I would say you see the main girl a lot, and it's like she's a main character,
Mhm.
but she's the most main of the main characters. Like there'll
Okay.
be episodes where she's just a cameo, just to kind of show that like it's the same setting. Like it's like she's all serving beer. You're not gonna be with her this episode. She may walk in the background or you may talk to her for a second, but today's episode is not about her. Today's episode is about the lady who's serving food in the concession stand, and it'll just hop over that. Or be like today's episode is about the mascot, and you kind of just follow the mascot. But the mascot talks to the vendor lady. It talks to the
Mhm.
beer girl. It talks to one of the players. It talks to like one of the managers, and you're like, it's just slowly introducing you to all the different characters, but mainly it's focusing on how cool the mascot guy is. So it's really it's a really cool show. Um, yeah, it's way better than I thought it was gonna be. And the funny thing is that when you were talking about the beer, how she like poured mostly foam,
Mhm.
she was pranking the guy. She was teasing him
Oh.
because she saw that he was a pushover. So there's a whole thing going on between them where she's like teasing him and he's like awkwardly trying to tease her back, and then like
Interesting.
it's like a little romance budding, and it's adorable. Um, out of all the shows that I sampled, this is definitely one that I want to keep up with. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'm gonna catch up to it, and I would say one of the funniest part was I don't know. It's like the show's kind of just heartwarming. like they're like there's this lost child, and today's episode you're focusing on the most senior security guard. Like he's been at this ballpark for 20 years, and um, you're following one of the rookie security guards, but basically he doesn't like the job. He's kind of forgotten that he has a history with this ballpark,
Mhm.
so he's just there. And he's like, this is so tedious. Why do we got to do all this extra stuff? And like the senior security guard is like stern with him. He's like, hey, we need to do this. And then like at one point there's a little like you at one point it switches all of a sudden to the beer girl, and she's just kind of like taking a break, and like this crying child comes up to her and she's like she's freaking out, and she like takes her over takes the kid over to the security guard, and then the rookie's like again again with my job. And then
Fair.
the security guard is like, oh, he's like, let me help you. It's like getting information, calling out the announcement and all that kind of stuff. And then he kind of consoles the kid and everything for a second, and then he pulls out a piece of candy and hands it to the rookie, and he's like, here, give this to the kid. And he's like, why do I got it? He's like, just give it to him. And then he gives it to him and like interacts with the kid, and kid's like, he's like, thank you, I love blueberry candy, and like he kind of brightens up, and then that
Mhm.
triggers a memory that when the rookie was a kid, the senior security officer was there, and the exact same situation happened where he was lost. The senior security guard gave him the candy and everything, and then he was like, it just kind of all flooded back to him. And then at the end of the episode, he was like, "I'm sorry," and then told him the story of what happened when he was a kid. And he's like, "Yeah, and I'm glad you were able to like pass that on to someone." I was like, "I like this show. This is so happy and heartfelt." So yeah, if you want to be put in a good mood, definitely check this show out. It's very very nice. Um,
Interesting.
yeah. Um, but yeah, and I'm like, I'm curious. Like, there's thousands maybe of people in this in this stadium, and I'm like,
Hmm.
they could do 1,000 episodes and I would be fine.
Fair
um,
enough.
yeah. So, yeah. Catch Me at the Ballpark. It is a very, very fun show. Alright. The next show we're going to be talking about is. So, there's two shows where I'm putting the season 2 picture because I can't find the season 1 picture. It'll take too long to remake it. So, Bye Bye Earth. Season 1. I watched the first episode.
Oh, really? Okay, so yeah, this is when I had started, watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes, and then was just like, I don't know about this show. I don't know about. I really don't know about this show. What did you think about this show? Because
So,
I feel like there's such a lore heavy and like a potential for like a lot of stuff going on, but I think it's almost too much.
I understand what you're talking about completely.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
um, eh, the episode I watched starts out like it's a movie where they show you the end of the movie first.
Mhm.
So it shows the end of the episode first, and it's like they're talking about stuff, and you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they're like, all right, let's go to current day. And I'm like, okay. And they show this village that's built around. It's like kind of built in like this crater, and in the crater is
Yeah.
water.
Mhm.
And it's all these different species of animal, like beastmen, like all living together, which is cool.
Mhm.
Glad they're not trying to eat each other because there's predators and there's carnivores and herbivores all over the place. Um, but it's nice that it's like just a nice village inside of this crater. Um, and they all have this problem. There's this pink octopus deer monster,
Yep.
like poisoning the water. To
Mhm.
them, it's basically like trying to terraform the water so it can live there,
Yeah.
and that's gonna ruin the water for everybody else. So they call in this girl, who is
Well, no.
a
Originally, they called in the
yes,
master, and the master sent the girl.
yes. They call for the master, but the master's like, I'm gonna send my trainee over there, and I'm
Yep.
like, and I'm like, okay. Um, so as soon as she walks up, she's just a regular human, no beastman features or anything, and everybody's just talking about her.
Yeah, because this is a world. It seems like it's a world that's like populated by nothing but beast men of some sort.
Okay.
Everyone's either got a tail or an ears or something beast related.
Or they're
She
like,
is the only one that doesn't have, so therefore she is looked at as weird or an outcast kind of situation.
yeah. And one thing that I kind of find interesting with the show is that, as far as Beastmen,
Mm.
with a lot of the shows that I could come up with off the top of my head, there's few shows that do the opposite, but it's more of a person with beast features.
Mm-hmm.
This show has both versions. It has
Yep.
the a person with beast features, but then it also has like
Full.
anthropomorphized
Yeah.
animals.
Full on. Full. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like the rat people, they're just they're just big rats standing on their back legs and talking like normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's interesting how they mixed like both versions of that. So yeah, she walks up and everybody's like, "Oh, what's she?" And then they just rude as hell. They're like,
Oh yeah. No. Nobody likes her.
and I'm like, why are they being so mean to her? I'm like, that kind of sucks. And then she starts fighting, and
She's great.
she
Well,
doesn't get hurt.
she's great as far as like she took care of business.
Yes.
Did she have a lot of
What do you got? Collateral
Collateral
damage.
collateral damage, yes. But I can't necessarily say like she's okay. Yeah, stereotypically in the anime version, something like that, there'd be if the master had come there, he would have knocked it out or killed it in like some fancy move and whatever.
Or
But
even
again, she's a trainee.
yes.
So as for a trainee, I think she handled herself fairly well. Was she a bit aggressive and a bit sporadic in certain things? Yes.
This is
But
like
again, the fighting was good. I thought the fighting was done very well.
yes. She yeah, okay. So okay. Now that you've said that, I will rephrase how I'm gonna say it. So, um, is she a skilled fighter? Yes.
Mm.
Um, did she take care of the monster? Yes. Where in her journey is this battle? I think this is like her first mission out in the field.
Yeah,
And
I'm pretty sure too.
I think that the master should have been there to be like, okay, the next time the monster comes lashing at you with his tentacle, don't just block it. Like, direct it so it doesn't destroy their tower that's behind you.
Yeah,
But there's no like yeah, and maybe if she know that already, there's no telling how strong this monster was. Like maybe
yeah.
even if she tried to deflect it, it's too strong to be deflected. Maybe. All I know is that it was the sloppiest fight that I've seen in a very long time.
Granted.
But she got the job done. Um, the monster did spray seawater all over everything, and everybody's like, "Ah, seawater!" And I'm like, "What's so bad about seawater?" It was black, and I was like, "That's kind of gross." But
Yeah,
um, yeah, it was successful. It was very roughly successful. Um,
yeah,
so then after that battle, she kind of took her spoils of the war with her, and then she came back home and started talking with her master, and then her master proceeded to talk for 15 solid minutes, and then I woke up and I was like, "Oh shit, what did I miss?" I'm gonna have to give this another try. So I watched the end of the episode, and basically he was like, "Okay, now that I'm done talking, um, we're gonna fight." And I was like, "Oh, I don't know why this is happening at all."
yeah.
And then he starts wiping him out of all of her memories, and then they fight, and he disappears, and
Yep.
then the episode's over. And I'm like, "Oh, I missed so much." So then I go back and I'm like, let me watch this again. So then I watch it again, and then I get through the fight, and I'm like, yep, that was sloppy as I remember. And then so they start talking, and I'm like, uh huh. I fall asleep again, and then I wake up, and then he wipes his memories again from her, and then she fights him, and then the episode's over. And I'm like, I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what it is about the tone of his voice, but I can't. I'll need somebody with me to be like, wake up, wake up, wake up.
So it goes so from what I can gather, right? It seems like came to this world like she's not originally from this world.
Mm-hmm,
This isn't her world.
mm-hmm,
She wants to know where she came from, where what happened to her. So her master is telling her, "Well, you're going to need to go on a journey. But if you're going to go on a journey, you need to be titled as such and such. I don't even remember the name of it. But you need to have this bestowed upon you and become this so that way you can travel from land to land to land until you find your answers. This is what you need to become."
mm-hmm.
Well, apparently, in order to become this thing, two things have to happen. One, whoever taught you how to become this, who was once this themselves, all memories of this need to be removed because I guess they didn't really explain it too well. I don't know if it's because like it's a distraction or I don't know what. But yeah, they said basically this was the process of what it had to happen.
Okay.
The other thing is you need to take an oath that cannot be broken. And the oath and the blessing, I guess, that gets bestowed upon you is it's like a handicap of some sort as far as that goes, but it limits you while at the same time giving you abilities. So like her her thing that she ends up happening is that she can no longer cut with her sword. Yeah,
Okay.
she can no longer cut with her sword. And no
Hmm.
matter how what no matter what she does, no matter how she swings it or how much power she puts behind it, it will never cut anything. It is basically now a giant baseball bat.
I was about to say it's a bat. Yep.
Yeah, it's essentially a giant baseball bat, which is still damaging onto itself,
hmm.
but it's never going to. She can never cut anything ever again.
Okay.
And I'm just like, I, I watched the next couple episodes, and like it gave a little more backstory into her and how she met her now old master, and eventually I was just like, ah, there's so much like so it's yeah just like you said it's like we went into the future, we're already at a point in time where stuff's going on, and now it's like now we're as she's going on this adventure we're going to get more into her backstory as far as how she became what she became, what happened to her, where and all this other stuff, and we're going to find out her past as she finds out her past.
Okay.
But at the same time I was just like everything that's going on like you would need to have I swear this season 1 was like it should have been season 2
Ah.
because like season 1 we should have had a prequel to that to explain not her past because I know that's what we're diving into as we're doing this, but I wanted a prequel to it to explain the world she's in.
Yeah.
What are the rules of this world? What are the because obviously there's some deep underlying rules and meaning behind everything that's going on here,
Hmm.
but what it is, I have no idea.
So basically, season one is just a massive info dump,
Yeah,
and yeah,
I only got like 3 episodes in, so I couldn't even tell you.
yeah. Like I, it's like this show. This show did teach me something, and actually, this season taught me something. I can't do info dumps like that.
That's fair.
I,
That's fair.
and I never knew that I couldn't do that. Like it's like going through all the different shows this season. I'm like, why, why am I dozing off here? And
Yeah.
why did I just completely conk out 2 separate days? I got sleep. I was ready.
Mm.
I got sleep. I woke up. I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's watch that one again first. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, what is it? So, yeah. If if you can last through massive info dumps, this show may have something like for you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Um, but it's it didn't have like one thing that was cool was like her sword. I'm like, was it wooden? And then at one point it switches to metal.
I don't know.
Be-
You're right. It has. It seems like it has like. I don't know if that wooden form is like its sheathed form, or if it has like upgrades or transformations it goes through.
yeah,
Because yes, it was like a wooden sword when she first grabbed a hold of it, and I
yeah,
think halfway through the fight, all of a sudden it became metal.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I was like, is that wood grain? I was like, that's
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Um, But
So it's like I feel like there is a great potential
oh
for that,
yes.
huge potential. I just think that the studio or the production, as far as that goes, just kind of dropped the ball on that a little bit.
It's
I
one of
feel like
the
they maybe they were just rushing through it to get it out the door kind of situations.
it's one of those things where it's like you have like if you have a massive story built up, you have a choice. You can streamline it to the format of the whatever number of episodes you can get, and you try to just optimize it to be the most entertaining and the most informative. And this show went way informative, and
Oh yeah,
I couldn't handle it. Uh,
100%.
yeah. Um, but yeah, it got a season two, so I'm like, a lot of people like it. Like I can't tell me what happened. Somebody sit me to the side and tell me the story and all the rules and everything, and then I will go through it and be like, yeah, I know this, yeah, I know that. Okay, cool, and then I can get through it. But
Yeah,
it's it's too,
it's rough.
yeah. So yeah, I tried that one
Yeah.
twice, and I couldn't do it. But yeah, the next show we're gonna be talking about is The Unaware Atelier Meister.
So much in the same way as what you were saying before about your other previous one with the baseball.
Uh huh.
This is kind of the same way for me on this one.
Mm-hmm.
So the basis of this being the main character, Kurt, um, sweet, sweet naive boy who was in part of a party, and but his fighting skills are like the lowest of the low.
Okay.
Like he doesn't even rank as far as fighting skills. No one knows anything about him. No one. It's like he's got nothing. On the other hand, though, his um, other abilities, whether it be cooking, cleaning, mining, any other tradesman abilities, are all triple S.
Ah.
He is the best of the best of the best of the best. But because he has been with a party who is all about fighting and that kicks him out because they think he's useless and they want to have a better team comp than what they have with him, he thinks very little of himself. He basically is like, I can't, I don't bring anything to this. No one, I can't do anything right. It's over kind of situation. And it's funny because there have been multiple people who have tried to explain to him, no, normal people don't do that. No, this is you're really good. Oh, you're just saying that. You're just trying to be nice. No, you're really good. Trust me, you are really really good. Um, to the point now where they just don't even try. They go along with his delusions, but then like formulate ideas to like perpetuate that to make him feel better without basically divulging that he's doing impossible things that no one could possibly do
Okay.
kind of situation. So like the beginning part, the girl in the background, the one in the red, um, with the white hair, he well okay, beginning, he gets kicked. He goes to like a place to just get a job, and they scan his aptitudes, but they only have the ability to scan for his combat aptitude. And the person who would scan for the rest of it, of course, is out for like the week or something like that. He won't be back for like a couple of a week or something like that. So he's like, well, we don't have anything else for you. He's like, do it anything. I just need a job, any job. And they're like, well, there was this job with a laborer who needs help redoing their walls, and he's like, sure, I'll do it. I can totally help with that, absolutely. So they test him by going, okay, there's, can you pick up these and let's see how good of a laborer you are. Well, he struggles, but he picks it up, and they look like sandbags. He goes to the place, and the guy there, the foreman there, the site foreman goes, okay, I need you to patch and redo these walls. These walls are in bad shape, and we're on the frontier, so we need protection from monsters. And he's like, okay. And then before he can ask any questions, the site foreman just basically dismisses him. And he was like, well, do people like because in his mind he's like, do I need to like imbue magic into this while I'm doing this? And then before he could ask, he got dismissed. He's like, well, maybe he didn't say that just because it's a given and everyone should do that. And he was like, but the guy told him, I'll be back in a couple hours. I need you to have at least um, 2 barrels of cement done by the time I get back. He comes back, and two sides of like the whole north side and the whole west side are done, top to bottom. And he just looks at him and goes, how did you? And he was like, oh, I ran out of material. Sorry, I would have done more, but I ran out of material. So when are you really gonna get some more material in? He was like, wait, how did you get the top parts? And he was like, oh, and he pulls out like this broom and like basically makes like a huge extension handle for it. He's like, yeah, I just threw it up there and then smoothed it out with this as I was going along. And you're like, okay. And he was like, we'll have more materials tomorrow. And he brings more materials. And then by the third day, it was supposed to take a month to do this. By the third day, he's already almost gotten all but like one whole row of walls done. And the guy looks at him and goes, I can't keep you here. He was like, but in his mind, here's the thing. He was going, I was supposed to have jobs for the poor to have them help with this. But you're taking the jobs because you're actually doing the job for everybody. He's like, he didn't say it, but in his mind, he was like, I want to keep him here and have him finish, but I can't because that wouldn't help that. So he's like, I have to let him go. But then he took it as, oh, I did a horrible job. So it's like, I gotta go. Now, here's the best thing about that. Later on, he comes back to this frontier town, and he's in there, and there's a bunch of undead monsters that are about to attack. So they're like primed and ready for like this horde of undead. As they come to the wall, they all start to just vanish. Just vanish, vanish, vanish. They get close to the wall and they just vanish. And they're like, what the hell's going on? The magic he imbued into the wall when he was repairing it acts as a purifying agent.
Oh, that's cool.
He's basically purifying the undead as they're coming to him. And he's like, okay. They're like, all right, go defend the other walls that he didn't do.
Yes.
But
And they're all
we'll
like,
take care
raw.
of it. Yeah. They're like, apparently we're good here. So it's like things like that. It's like it happens all the freaking time, every single time. He walked into another place to get to his job was to help clean, and he finds somebody in there who said that they were hungry, and he sees that they have like a curse on them, and he was like, oh, that's too bad. But you're hungry. I can make you something. He made her porridge. Later on, she eats the porridge after he leaves. His cooking was so good it cured the curse that was upon her. And they're just like, how did he do that? Everything he does. Everything he does. All the little things. It's just
Top
he
tier.
makes he later makes stones, magic stones. And the girl who had employed him to make these or to help her with mining takes them to one of her friends, and at first she's like, well, how much can I get for this? And her friend's like, I can give you like 11 silver for these. And then she looks at it for a little bit and goes, "Hold on." She leaves, and the girl that had brought the stones was like, "Oh, that's what I figured. It's probably going to be about that much because it didn't look like it had a lot of magic in it when he gave them to me." Goes back. The girl comes back and goes, "Um, I can give you like 10 gold for this." And she's like, "Wait, why?" And she's like, "There's not a whole lot of magic that I can see." She's like, "You're right. You can't see it because when it was crafted so well, it's not leaking magic. It's all compressed." She's like, "It has an incredible amount of magic in it, but you can't tell." She's like, "Don't give these to anybody else because," she was like, "don't even give these. Sell them only to me if you sell any more because I don't want these on the streets. They're too powerful. They're too much, and they're not going to understand how powerful they are."
What did they use the stones for?
Later on, with those undead, yeah, they were throwing them and cracking them, and the magic that spilled out was enough to purify like hordes at the same time.
So of his.
Of his, yeah.
Okay, so at first they were
No,
just like,
they used them for other things in general, but
okay.
like they used the ones that they had gotten from him for that purpose
Oh,
later on.
okay. They're like,
At
these are
first, they
missiles.
basically, and the first time they did it, they're like, "Well, we need to do this to see if we can," because they were trying to they were trying to leave the fortress in order to find out where the undead horde was coming from, where it was originating from.
Mm.
They were like, "We need to clear a pathway," so they used one and thought, "Okay, we just need to be able to like bolt for it once it clears at least a pathway for us to go." They threw it, it exploded, and all of a sudden there wasn't an undead that they could see. They were all just gone. It purified like a whole section that was just like, they're like, "I guess we ride out now." So yeah, this is one of those where it's just like, and every time, and they're just, they tried, they really tried. I mean, I get it. Where they're like, "Dude, this is not normal," and he's just like, "Oh no, what are you talking about? People in my village did this all the time. I don't. This is fine." And they're just like, "That's not normal." So eventually, because he kept downplaying it so much, they're just like, they just they gave in to his fantasies of it, and they're like,
Mhm.
"Oh yeah, no, your ranking for this stuff is like C, B. You know, it's pretty mid kind of situation." He's like, "Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah." They were just like, "All right, dude." So yeah, it's funny.
That
I enjoy it.
okay. I see. Okay. Um, man, that one sounds like I might check out
Yeah.
that one. Characters. Who do you like so far?
Um, I think it's probably split between the main character Kurt and the first girl he was with. I think Lucilia, I think is her name.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, Kurt's just, he's a big goofball. He's a big adorable goofball where you're just like, "Dude, you're, oh my god, why are you like this?" Um, but at the same time, Lucilia, she really cares for him, and she tries to do what she can, but at the same time, just hit, just like everyone else, she is always just dumbfounded by the stupid shit that he just absolutely does that without meaning to, and just thinks she left him to go sell those magic stones for a night, one night. The night she left, him, her and Kurt had been sleeping in a tent. She comes back the next morning. He had already built a log cabin. And she was like, "How long did you sleep?" She's like, "Oh, I got like 5, 6 hours." He's like, "That's way more than I usually get, so that's good, right?" And she's just like, "Oh my god." So you managed to fell all these trees, put them all together, make the house out of it. And she went inside and she's like, and there's furniture too. Oh my god. So, yeah. Yeah, they're great.
Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Um, yeah, yeah. I think I might check that one out too. 'Cause that one sounds fun.
Yeah, 100%.
Cool, cool, cool. All right. Because the next show we're going to be talking about is The Brilliant Healer's New Life in the Shadows.
So this one. Um
I actually checked this one out too.
You did. What
Yeah.
did you think of it?
I like I like the main character's fighting style.
I agree. I think
Uh,
in general, I think he's a pretty cool guy.
um, the harem aspect is like straight up stereotypical
Yeah.
old school single note harem.
True, but I do think it's nice that it deviates itself by making it to where Zenos, the main character, even though he does have a harem aspect to the show, he doesn't care about that. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't even necessarily like register in his mind.
yeah, it's kind of like Tenji. Tenji was like,
Yeah.
"I'm training," and they're like, "I'm gonna marry him. Get off of me!" They start fighting. So it's and it's not a bad thing. It's like,
No.
oh, okay, it's a harem.
Yeah.
Um,
100%.
yeah. So like how you were talking about the first show, how like it's a harem in the definition where it's like one guy and all the other characters are girls, but like
Mm-hmm.
the other characters in the harem have their own things going on.
Yeah.
With this one from the first episode, which is the only episode that I saw, I didn't see very much of the characters, and what how they introduced me to the harem was like the standard.
True. I will say in a bit more in depth, without going too much into it, in case
Hmm.
you do want to continue it, because
Uh,
I do think it's you no.
the last one you talked about is more my up my alley. This one, because I don't know much about it, I don't think.
So okay, going a little bit more into it then.
Mm-hmm.
He yeah. So you know he was kicked from his party. Um, the thing about it is that he kind of the same way the last one did. He actually contributed way more than they think he did.
Mm-hmm.
Because his abilities are just OP as hell. Like he has the ability to at one so he meets each of them. Each of those women are they're the underground mob bosses for each of those
Like clans.
like the orcs, the lizardmen, and the beastmen. They're each the underground mob bosses for each of those three factions.
Okay.
And he meets each of them separately. The lizard woman he meets, and it's funny because she'd been in a battle and her arm had been injured severely to the point where it had like necrosis. And she was asking for help, and he's at first he was like, "Well, I can't do anything about that," and she's like, "I thought so," and he's like, "Well, we're just going to have to amputate and regrow." And she looked at him and was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, it's just going to cost a little bit more because it's a little bit more taxing for me, but yeah, we're just going to have to amputate it and then regrow." She's like, "You're not cut," and before she like he literally cuts off her arm and then regrows, and you see bone, you see the veins, you see the muscle tissue, just all layers, each regrowing back until she has a fully formed hand again. And he was just like, and they're just sitting there like, how? Um, and each of them come to him because each of those three factions are warring against each other for dominance. Each of those three factions actually hate each other. But at one point later on in the episodes, he actually gets all three of the factions together in an arena to have them duke it out. While he's watching in the seats of this stadium, and they're continually fighting each other, and they're going at it. Like the whole three clans are going at it, but they soon realize, wait, how are you getting back up? How are you still fighting? I just did this, I slashed you, and all of a sudden, what happened? And they realize he's sitting in the stadium, healing them from a distance the entire time they're fighting. So he's letting them get it out of their system. He's like, y'all keep fighting. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna charge you. That's the thing too, is what he realizes.
Oh
Is
no!
the thing that he thought to himself from his old party is that I didn't get treated fairly and I didn't get proper compensation for everything that I did. So now everything I do from here on out, I'm gonna charge properly for. So he was like, yeah, he's like, yes, I hope you all notice I've been healing you and I'm gonna charge each one of you for all the healing that I've done for all of you to continue doing this. But by all means, continue on. Yeah. And eventually they just kind of look at each other and go, do we want to call it a truce? And they're like, yeah, I really don't feel like it's pertinent anymore.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they all kind of actually start getting along. So he actually brings peace to the slums by the fact that he kind of let them fight it out with each other, and then
Yeah.
just they just were like, we can't win because he won't let any of us die.
And I don't have that much money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That is a cool solution.
It is. So it's like, and then the elf girl that he ends up meeting, or is like his companion. He ends up. Was that part of the first episode? I don't remember.
She
Where
made
like he.
she made stew and everybody ate it.
Oh no no no! So that's the second episode. He ends up finding. She was a slave, and she was actually about to be sold off or like used, and she had been stabbed, and the coin that he gets from his ex party members as a payoff for them firing him, basically, he uses that to buy her, and then heals her. But yeah, it's everyone is always like impressed by his abilities and what he can do. Like the Ghost Girl originally as a wraith, and everyone fears wraiths.
Ah, that's right. Okay.
And she was going initially. He came into that building that they're in, and that it was abandoned because she was haunting it and wouldn't let anyone stay.
Hmm.
And she tried to attack him, and he continually like cast like a purifying essentially that would kept like not killing her, but kept driving her away, kept pushing her away, pushing
Hmm.
her away. And he just stood there the entire time as she kept trying to come at him, and he's like, "Are we gonna keep doing this?" He's like, hey, "How about this? We'll use the first floor, and you can keep the top floor. That's yours. But we'll use this. Is that cool?" And she just kind of got so fed up with continually trying to. She's just like, "Fine, yeah." People have tried. People have tried like shooting him. There was one girl who came in at one point and ended up shooting him because she saw the little elf girl and thought he was using her, abusing her. So she immediately drew on him and shot him, and they all freaked out until they realized that he had actually stopped. Like he completely shielded himself 100% and was just standing there like the elf girl screamed thinking he'd been shot, and he was like, "What?" And he's like, "How did you?" They're like, "Oh, I put up a defense," and she's like, the one who shot him, being like, "There's no defense against." He's like, "What do you mean there's no defense? Of course there's a defense. I just did this." And so like everything he does, he's so like blasé and casual about, but everyone's just like, "How did you do that?"
Yeah.
So, I, yeah. And at one point, his old party members tried to, when they realized how much help he'd actually given them previously, tried to get him back. But in order to find him, he had already told each of those clan leaders about his old party that he'd been kicked out of.
Hmm.
And then when they went to go try looking for him, they didn't know where to go, but they knew he was in the slums. So what did they do? They went to each of the clan leaders for the slums, trying to see if they knew where he was at. And the minute they mentioned his name, each one of them laughed at them, realized who they were, and kicked them out.
Dang.
They were like, "Oh, you're the party that kicked him out. Get out of here. Just leave." No, yeah, it was funny. It was funny. So,
So it's like this is proper revenge. Because I remember a show that you had talked about before, where like the character kind of just didn't stand up for himself, didn't get proper revenge. It was just kind of we're good.
yeah, no, it's he even so like eventually the old party leader came up to him, found him, and at first was like, "You're coming back with us," and he's like, "No, I'm not coming back with you guys." He was like, "I will agree if you pay me. If you pay me, I will come and help you on a mission, but you're gonna pay me a bunch." And then he broke down what he would do for them as long as they were willing to pay. So he's like, "Yeah, no, I'll still do it, but you gotta pay me."
Hmm.
And they wouldn't agree to it because at that point they had already lost so much because they had tried doing so many missions without him
Hmm.
and had failed miserably because they didn't have his healing, they didn't have his defensive buffs and stuff that he would normally give them. So, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Cool.
It's interesting. If I were to rate the two between the two of them, I would say the Altair one is a little more fun and the ridiculousness of it.
Hmm.
This one is probably a little more serious in the way it does things,
Hmm.
but it's still a very similar premise between the two of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, a character with amazing abilities
Mm-hmm.
just
Gets looked down upon.
gets looked down upon and goes goes around shocking people one after the other.
Yep.
um, but yeah,
There needs to be a there needs to be like a name for that type now. I think because it's now starting to become more commonplace.
yeah,
Or that like storyline trope kind of situation.
yeah. Um, Out of all the characters, who's your favorite so far?
Um,
From the episode that I from the bit that I watched, that one episode, I think I like the lizard lady the
she's
most
cool.
because she seems the most level-headed.
I if we're talking about the three clan leaders, the orc one, Loe, is probably my favorite only because. So the reason why he ended up meeting her initially, he had to go to where she was because apparently she had, in the midst of eating, mistakenly eaten a crystal that was basically like an explosive, essentially. Yeah, and at first he was like, "Well, you're just gonna," he's just like, "You're just gonna have to wait till it passes," as that's all I can tell you. And eventually and then she was like, "Well, no, because I actually, while I bit into it, so it's broken. So if I move too much, there's a chance it'll go off." And where he was like, "Okay," and then without even hesitating, he produces a magic scalpel, approaches her. You don't see anything, but next thing you know, he has the stone in his hand, and she's already like, where her stomach was, it's all healed up and everything. And she like looks at him, and go, "Are you crazy? It can go off." And he's like, "Oh yeah." So he cups it with his hands, and you just see this like detonation occur, and then he moves his hands and it's gone, and she's like, "What did you do?" He's like, "Oh, I put a defense around my hand so that way it would blow up without hurting anybody."
Yeah.
And he's like, "All right, I'll bill you later," and walks away. And he's just like, "Hold on."
That's cool. Yeah, I like the whole like instantaneous surgeries that he does on people. Like the first episode with the little rabbit girl or something that was
Mm-hmm.
at the cemetery. The dude threw her head
Yeah,
into one of the things. How he just kind of took that stone out of her. It was just like, psh. I was like,
yeah,
wait, what happened?
yeah. Even you as a viewer is just like, "Huh? What?"
But yeah, yeah, he's he's a cool character, and I would say, for this premise, out of the two shows, it's like I lean more towards the funnier ones. So,
Yeah. No, I can get it.
yeah.
I
Uh,
will still say, anyone who's a fantasy lover, as far as that goes, it's still a decently solid show.
cool, cool, cool. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is from Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman.
This one, have you watched this one?
Yes. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's a. How many episodes? You just one or?
Three.
Oh, you watched three. Okay, yeah. I I like this one. I like this one because I was afraid it was going to go in like a weird direction as far as that goes. But I like the main character. I like Barrel. I think he's cool. Um, and I like the fact that he is like they kind of go into like the nitty gritty when it comes to like sword fighting, and like you can kind of
Yes.
see like it's like he is a master, and the fact that the way he thinks about it, the way he looks at it, and everything like that. But it's funny to me the fact that he is a master and yet he has zero clue about that.
Yeah. It's
And
almost the
like
same premise.
it's almost, but it's like whereas the other ones had like enhanced abilities,
Yeah.
his seemed almost more believable as a person who just spent their life doing this one thing as like you could actually see somebody in our world real life like be able to be like his swordsman skills seem like achievable things.
Yeah, and one thing about that, it's like just honing your own skills and like
Mm-hmm.
doing that day in and day out, you can become very powerful. But
Mm-hmm.
teaching other
Yeah.
people, you get that much more
Mm-hmm.
skillful because one, you're exposed to tons and tons of different like variations of it,
Yeah.
and you get to see it from third person.
Yeah.
So you just get a lot more from teaching than you do
Well,
on your
and
own.
like when you teach something, when in like anything in this world, I think when you teach something, like you get a deeper understanding than I think you even realize
Yeah.
when you actually teach someone else certain, a thing that you think you're proficient enough in to be able to do that with. You learn more about that thing than you probably even realize, which I think is what happened with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's learned because he's taught. How many people does we keep running into student after student after student after student, and each one of these students have gone on to like do crazier and crazier things each
Yeah,
time.
it's like so far the oldest student that he has was his student 20 years ago, as far as I can
Yeah,
remember. Yeah.
yeah. So it's
So
like it's crazy. But I like the fact that like and there's the captain who's like all head over heels for him, who keeps making these off comments, and he will say so like, "What did you say? Nothing. I don't
it's,
say anything. Nothing."
it's it's adorable.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
all the late there is I don't know if you've gotten to yet, but there is a male that has cropped up as far as that goes, who's a blacksmith who was one of his students as well.
Okay.
Um, but like all the ladies that he keeps coming across, all with like former students, and all of them are like kind of have a thing for him, or at least hold him in like a high regard kind of situation, and it's just adorably funny just to see him like try to brush it aside at the same time as he's just ignorant of it by himself. And the fact that even his dad initially was like at the end of episode 1 when he sent him off to be a full-time instructor for the knights and everything, and he was with his one of his former students who was taking over his teaching spot,
Mm-hmm.
and said, "Oh, he needs this because you know, he doesn't understand how good he really is." And then eventually, after the first couple of episodes, you're like, "Oh yeah, no, he doesn't understand just how
Oh
good he
yeah.
actually is."
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's so cool seeing like it's so cool seeing him give tips to these highly
Skilled.
skilled um, swordsmen, and then they get excited, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of my favorite tips was like the distance thing, where he's
Hmm.
like, yeah, your sword is a certain distance, but you can scoot up on the sword or scoot back, and I was like, oh, interesting.
Well, and at some point later on, he does end up breaking his sword. I won't go into details about that because I'm sure you're
uh,
going to watch it.
oh yeah.
He does end up breaking his sword, which is why he goes and sees the blacksmith. But one of the ladies that he came up to, or as one of the students at the night school,
Mm-hmm.
the younger one, the blonde, the like the blondish brown hair one, who's kind of young, who showed him around town, like
Okay, yeah,
his
and what's the
shape.
name got jealous? He's like, I want
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
show.
Because she uses dual swords, and he or no, she uses one, but she uses a short sword,
Okay.
and she goes there with him because she needs to have work done on her blade, and looking at it, he looks at it, and the blacksmith looks at it, and he's like, she's like, what's wrong? And he's like, well, it's not so much that your uh your blade isn't kept up well. It's looking at the nicks and cuts on it. I don't think a short sword is actually right for you. And she's like, what? And they ended up grabbing a two-handed bastard sword that had like a double hilt kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, hold this. And she did, and they looked at it, and she's like, can you still swing it around? Does it feel heavy but not too heavy in your hands? And she's like, yeah, I can still swing it around. She's like, I think this is the sword you probably need to actually be wielding. And the more she, and now he's like taught her a few things, and she's like, I really think this is better suited for my physique and my style. And he's like, there you go. So it's like things like that, like you were saying, it's like
Yeah.
his little looks and notices and stuff like that about these people who are like high ranked, skilled fighters and swordsmen of themselves, and yet can do all these things, and he's just like, about that, you need to do this instead, and they're like, oh, I never would have thought of that. Oh my god, thank you.
Yeah, and it's
It's
and it's it's really really cool because it's one of those things where it's kind of like he's like a sports coach. It's like,
yeah,
yeah, he trained them when they were children. I'm like,
yeah,
they're basically completely different people now,
yeah.
and you can't.
They've grown with what they've initially shown,
Yeah,
but now they're like getting like it's almost like thinking of it in like a sword way, thinking about a blacksmith. It's like they were molded in the sword, but now he's like honing and sharpening them
oh yeah,
to actually be better than they even were, which where they were at was even amazing. Because I
yeah,
think like they showed like the night captain or whatever, and like she's done amazing against every person that she's come across. Like she was
yeah,
making a name for herself just because of how skilled she was, and
yeah,
yet she doesn't hold a candle to him.
yeah, and yeah, it's this is a really really cool show. It's cool
I agree.
and like educational.
I agree. I also I here's the thing. I know there's been one thing I know people were talking about the show, and I don't necessarily agree with it. One of the critiques I remember hearing about the show was just because of the fact that he taught them when they were kids, and now they're older and they kind of have a thing for him that it feels creepy and weird. I
Mm,
don't see that. I don't think that. And here's the thing, my reasoning behind that is the reason why I don't think that. One, a lot of the flashbacks that they showed, yes, they were kids, probably about what, at least in their teenage years, I would say, right? Roughly.
yeah, early
Like
teens.
young teen, maybe a few of them maybe a little bit younger than that, but roughly around that same age kind of situation. I think when he was teaching them in that regards, he was probably in his 20s.
Hmm.
Like he was still pretty young himself when he was teaching. So that one that goes to show just how good he was. But he was able to actually teach in his 20s essentially.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people aren't seeing the fact that the age gap isn't as big as they probably think it is, kind of
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
And I also think that his personality, the fact that I think people get that because the first episode and the father was trying to push him to get married as much as he was.
Yeah.
But he's not wanting that. He's not seeing that. Like, he doesn't see his former students in that way. He's not looking at them in that way. And I'm not saying that there might not be some relationship that might end up forming later on, but at the moment, he's not he's not looking at it that way.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like what, as far as the age gap goes, it's like where would that be? Let's say he was 25 and they were 15, or
So we're not talking about 10 years.
yeah, and then I can see where it kind of gets kind of icky when you're like you look at him now and then you flash back to them as a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like yeah, that's a huge gap, but it's not the gap that the characters actually experience.
No.
Um, and it's one of those things where it's like I see it swaying more towards the side of respect
Yeah.
because it's one of those things where it's like if you're in a sport or you're in some type of craft that you like hone your skills with and you are being taught by someone who is extraordinarily talented
Like
and
high level.
yeah and that rubs off on you to where your skills are higher, anybody who you meet in the future who the your bar for excellence is so high that you're
Yeah.
like, oh, nobody I met is anywhere near as close as my sensei.
Yeah.
So when you see him again, you're like, oh my god, the guy who I respected my whole life. It's like you just have that high esteem for him. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It's
I,
respect and admiration. I think the Night Captain can go a little bit much on her regards as far as that goes, because she definitely has feelings for him in that regards.
yes,
But
yes,
she doesn't act on them. She's not like trying to do stuff with him. She's not against the idea as far as that goes, but she's not like actively like trying to like, she knew where he lived. It's not like she couldn't have gone into his place and woken him up in the morning or something like that just to be, and if they did that, that would have been weird as far as
yes,
that goes.
yes,
But the fact that they don't do that, I think it leans itself more towards the admiration aspect of that regards.
yes. And there's nothing in the other direction.
No.
So I don't. I can see like pervy old grandpa saying like, "Where to get some kids?" It's like, "How about her? How about her? Just any any
Yeah.
female around? How about her?" He's like, he just wants some grandkids, and that
Yeah.
like he just wants a baby around. And like one of his students came by, and he's like, "Okay, I'm good. Get out of here."
Yeah.
So
But he still didn't want him to come back until he had a wife, is what basically he said.
yeah,
Don't come
so
back until you have a wife. And it's
yeah.
like, really?
So yeah, so I can see that maybe it can be construed in that way because of the way that the flashbacks are being approached, but I
Yeah.
don't see it that way at all.
No.
So
No, I don't see it in that way. I think
yeah.
it's very nice and very chill in that regards.
Hmm.
So,
Oh yeah. There's definitely some shows in this season that are like, oh no, we're trying.
yeah. Yeah.
um, but yeah, great show. Everybody should check this one out. It is very interesting.
For sure.
The next show we're going to be talking about is Mobile Suit Gundam. Crap, I knew how to say it. Um, shit. Um, G Quicks, G Quicks, something. It's
G-Quicks?
very
Yeah.
G. It's very short. G Quicks. There we go. It's G Quicks. Um,
Interesting.
yes. So, um, as I have said a couple times before, I have a love/sleep relationship with Gundam.
Mm-hmm.
If it's high energy and things are always happening, I'm let's go. But if they're like, we need to discuss our operational strategy, then I'm gonna go to bed. So I watched the first episode of this and absolutely loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a prequel because I don't know the whole universe of Gundam, and I think this is so that one guy um, that's in that red unit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think he actually is the big bad guy in the Gundam lore.
Okay.
Um, and this is like a prequel for him. Um, so if I was a fan of Gundam, this show would be super cool. I'm guessing because it's like showing Darth Vader's backstory. You're like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's how that happened, and that's how that happened, and I'm like, I can't. I'm falling asleep. So the first episode is basically following the new characters, and some of yeah, basically, I it's introducing a bunch of characters.
Mm-hmm.
It's introducing the little girl with the red hair. It's introducing the taller girl. Basically, in this world, or at least in this setting, they are on, I think, the moon. They're on a moon. I don't know if it's our moon, but it's a moon. Um, and it's a colony where people are just living. Kids are being born um, here, so they've spent their life with artificial gravity and stuff like that. Um, and for most people, they just live their life in the colony. There is a war going on,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't really get involved with the war unless you are a bystander to an accident or you're an adult and you're like in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or you're a refugee and it's one of those things where it's like you're dipping into that side of like unsanctioned black market stuff and you kind of get wrapped up in that type of lifestyle. So basically the main character, she's just going about her life, and this refugee girl is smuggling this control device, and basically she's spotted and being chased by security, and she jumps over the turnstile thing to like get into like the transport area and sneaks the control unit into this girl's backpack and then kind of disappears.
Mm-hmm.
They run off, they lose her, and the girl, once she gets to where she was going, she looks in her backpack and finds the thing. So she's like, I don't know what this is. And then she like she's smart. She like looks up the serial number, Googles it, and she's like, oh, this is like a black market control device. And I'm like, dang. I'm like, that's kind of stuff I would do. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
So I was like, that's cool. Um, and then yeah, so then she's like, okay, so that girl is up to some shady stuff. I need to spring a trap. And I didn't know I thought she was like, oh, okay, and then goes about her life. But she's waiting in line or going somewhere else, and then the refugee girl pops back up, steals her backpack, and runs off with it. The control device is no longer in there because the girl sprung a trap on her. So
Mm-hmm.
she finds her again, takes the and like it's like, hey, I got it, and then like basically forces her to tell her what's going on. Um, then she's like, okay, I'm coming with you too. So then they end up going to the spot where they're dropping off the control device. And then there's this whole crew in there, like, about to do something. Um, so they're in the slums area of the colony.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and this dude is like, he like stole some experimental Gundam unit and he's like trying to rig it together. Because there's like an underground like fighting like gun underground mobile suit battle thing that he's trying to get set up because that's how they make their money.
Mm-hmm.
Um, And meanwhile, this red Gundam's like causing havoc. Um, one, there's so many people. There's so many like groups of people, and it's hard to keep track of. So in the military, uh, there there's the good guys and the bad guys, and the red dude is on the bad guy's side, and he's just attacking stuff. And then on the good side, one of the guys, he finds a way to where he can ambush the red guy,
Mm-hmm.
and they end up crashing into the colony and start battling and everything. And when they do that, it shows the scale of the Gundams. And
Mm-hmm.
I forgot how freaking big Gundams are.
Oh yeah, they're huge.
Oh my god, they're like 8-story buildings. Um,
Yeah.
and so they're when they're out fighting in space, and they have their little drones, and the drones are like just brr, brr, brr. And then I forgot that they like the like some of the Gundams have like machine guns on their heads, and like the sound design on this show is amazing. So I'm sitting here watching it. It's like the Creole that kind of stuff. Um, and it's like a distinct sound. It doesn't sound like Transformers. It's like as soon as you hear the like that kind of sounds, you're like, oh, this is 100% Gundam. Like it has a unique
Mm-hmm.
sound to it. So they're all fighting, and I'm hearing like all these old school sounds that I used to hear like back in high school, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool. And then it like the thing gets like the thing gets away, and then it does this maneuver, and then turns on its like head guns, and it's like brrr, 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 and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And then like the little drone things pop off, and they're like brrr, brrr, and I'm like, this is dangerous. Like I'm like just the power of these machines is like crazy impressive. And then it crashes into the colony, and they start brawling there, and I'm like, this is not good. I'm
Yeah.
like, and they know not to use like their projectile weapons, so then it just turns into like a brawl, and the red guy's trying to get out, and the other dude's trying to like hold him, so then the security can finally like capture him, because you know that he can't like hold him down on his own. Um, and then the little drone things get deployed, and
Mm-hmm.
like the people who are working on the underground thing, there's commotion outside, and they're like, what's going on? So they go up to the roof, and one of the little drone things comes by, and it's like it like stops so it doesn't like crush everybody on the building. And I'm like, oh, I'm thinking that thing's like the size of like a small basketball, and this thing's like a freaking building. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm. I think some people get confused by the fact of like Gundams, and they think about like the um the toys and stuff like that, and it's like Gundams and everything and with them is absolutely ginormous. I mean, you remember they made that like that replica in
yeah,
Japan for and that thing was ginormous. It was
yeah.
huge.
Yeah, and like even in Evangelion, like other even in other like
Oh yeah,
mech shows.
Evangelions. Yeah, those were huge. Well, I think honestly, I think Evangelions might even be bigger than Gundams.
Yeah, and like they use the whole building to like launch it from the
Yeah,
city and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's like I forget the scale of like these mech shows, and sometimes they don't show the scale. Sometimes they're like, we're just fighting in space, like that's just
yeah.
what we're doing. But this one is like, nah, the battle's gonna crash into a city, and like it's almost gonna crush people, and we're gonna get up and close, and it's gonna be powerful, it's gonna be violent, it's gonna be crazy. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, I think I found my new Gundam show. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that all that happens, it they like go into this tunnel, and the red guy like captures like one of the experimental Gundam things, and he like takes it, and then leaves his behind, and all this kind of stuff. So I'm like, now both sides have each other's technology. I'm like, and he's all talking about like, oh, this is the difference between that and that, and he's like, oh, we could take this, and I'm like, it's like a spy movie. It's like, no, he stole the secrets of the other side. And I'm just like, this is so cool. And then the episode, I can't remember where the episode cuts off, but then the second episode continues, and he starts like he already has the other side's technology at home, and they already painted his iconic red colors, and like they're already like just taking stuff off and changing things around, and I'm like, damn. I'm like, they're gonna be able to replicate the technology and all that kind of stuff. Um, and then he's like, all right, so let's go in this room and let's talk. And I'm like, okay, what y'all gonna be talking about? And then I wake up like 10 minutes later, and I'm like, no, no. This show is both types of Gundam. One episode is gonna be freaking all action packed and running and stuff, and then the next episode they're like, we're tired, we're gonna talk for a bit, and I'm like, no, no, I can't,
Unfortunately.
I can't do it. So I don't. I think I think I think this is not my Gundam year. But
So you go back and forth. Are you gonna continue this one or no?
I I don't think I will, because if what is the likelihood that this is the only episode that I have to like rewatch over and over, or just completely skip that conversation? Um,
Probably a bit.
yeah. So there are a lot of other shows that I'm excited about that I can stay awake through. So sadly, very very sadly, God, that first episode was amazing. Um, I'm gonna have to drop this one.
Gotcha.
But yeah, Mobile Suit G-Quux. Um, it is very cool when it decides to be cool.
It's very cool if you can get past the talking.
The meetings.
Yeah.
um, but yeah. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Kowloon Generic Romance. Whew.
Is there like a high pitched noise that you hear?
I do not. I can adjust up.
Oh,
Uh,
it,
say something? Oh no. I broke it. Um, Technical difficulties. Let me switch out. Oh, hello?
I hear you. Okay, there we go.
Okay. I touched the wrong thing.
Apparently. All right. Well, fair enough.
um, is we good? Are we good?
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
High pitch is gone, and yeah.
Okay. Cool. 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 Yes. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Kowloon Generic Romance.
Is it as generic as it sounds?
No.
I mean, it's in the title, so you know I had to ask.
Yeah. It's like this next statement may kind of may kind of reverse what I just said, but it. Let's see. This show, I don't know if it's a show about a doppelganger or this show is about, it's like 50 First Dates. Have you seen
Okay.
50 First Dates?
Yes, I have seen 50 First Dates.
Okay. So, um, basically, um, this show follows the two main characters. The female real estate agent is the main character, um,
Mm-hmm.
and basically it's just her day to day life, like going to work, working on different apartments, houses, different listings and stuff like that, that she has. It's She works at a very small firm. It's like her, the main guy, and their boss, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's just kind of like the daily chit chat that real estate agents go through. They're like, okay, so we have this one unit and it has this one problem. I want to fix that problem because I want my tenants to have a better living experience, but we don't really have the budget to like repaint the different things and stuff like that. Um, and um, conversations like that, and then the whole just workplace stuff. Like he kind of like ribs her a bit by doing different things. Like there's one morning where she actually there's something going on with her vision. Um, there's a commercial on the TV talking about eye drops, and like blah blah blah. We got a new formula. Check out these eye drops. Get them at the nearest store. Blah blah blah. And one day she wakes up and her vision is better. So when she puts on the glasses, her vision gets worse, and
Mm-hmm.
she ends up going to the optometrist, and they're like, "Yeah, you don't need glasses anymore." And she's like, "Okay." Um, and when she goes, like before she goes to the optometrist, she like she gets the opinion of the guy. She's like, well, since I need to get new glasses, it's like, should I go with contacts or should I go with glasses? And he's like, what do you think? And he and he's talking. She's actually asking her boss too, and um, he's like, I like glasses, and it's like, but you choose what you want. So of course she's gonna get glasses. Um,
Of course.
but then she goes there, and the doctor says you don't need them anymore. So then the next day she comes to work and she doesn't have the glasses, and the boss is like, "Oh, you look nice without the glasses." And he's like, "What do you think?" And he's like, I'm a glasses kind of guy. So then the next day she comes with like fake glasses. So it's it's one of those things, and she like comes up with the excuse where it's like, oh no, I like having something on my face. So you can tell that she likes him, and with him, he's kind of just does whatever he wants, kind of thing. That morning
Mm-hmm.
where her glasses were kind of off, it was kind of one of those days where it's like stuff just keeps happening that morning, and she gets to work like right before she needs to clock in. So she's there at like 8:59, about to clock in, and then the dude swoops in, reaches over her, clocks in, and then he's like, "All right, you can go." And then he goes to sit down, and then it shows that she clocked in like at 9:01, and I'm like, how in the world is he gonna clock in at 8:59? You have your hand right over the machine, and you don't actually get your punch in until 9:01. I'm like, what were you doing for 2 minutes? So it's not really a serious thing, but for me, that kind of just threw my disbelief a little bit, because I'm like, you could. Did he clock in at like 9:59:09, and then the manual punch system, like you gotta wait for it to process his punch, and then you can punch in? Because then I'm like, why don't I get more than one machine? My head was just like, oh, like, this is dumb.
Being someone who actually works and clocks in, something that doesn't feel right in that regards, it kind of throws everything off, and then your immersion's just gone.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't understand that. So then she's like pestering him all day about, I'm never late, and because you jumped in front of me, now I'm late. And He's like, I'm sorry, I'll buy you lunch. And she's like, yeah, because I was late today. So I'm like, did you just purposefully clock in late so you can like bug him about it and make him buy you lunch? So I'm like,
Potentially.
yeah, I was like, I don't understand what's going on here. This is weird. And so then they go. So he's like, okay, where do you want to go for lunch? And then she's like, I want to go here because I saw a commercial about it. And then he's like, nah, we're going to the regular place. And then he goes to the regular place. And I'm like, okay.
If you're gonna do that, then why did you ask her to begin with?
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, like, kind of a weird move. I don't know if it's like teasing her or he knows something and he just won't say it, or I don't know. It's kind of I'm trying to figure out his personality. I'm like, is he just an ass, or is he teasing her, or is he saving her because he doesn't want to say something? Um, so I'm like, okay, I don't know him yet, but they go about the day, and then one day what was it? Oh, after work, he's about to leave, and she's like trying to finish up some stuff, and he's like, let's go to lunch for something, and she's like, I'm trying to finish this thing right here, and he like closes her laptop and takes her, and then they go on this weird like almost date, um, because they don't say it is. I'm like, it's a date, but they don't like acknowledge it being a date. And he goes and like takes her to this like cool like this goldfish cafe where like the front window is like a aquarium and there's like fish kind of floating around.
Mm.
It's like the scene is beautiful. I was like, wow. I'm like, I might be falling for this guy too. So I'm just like, he's the way he's acting. I'm like, he's trying to show off to her. Um, and then the waiter comes up and he says some cryptic, weird stuff where he's like, "Oh," and I think he asked for a picture, and he's like, "Oh," um, he's like getting to take a picture again with his girlfriend, and then he takes the picture, and then she's like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Nah, don't worry about it," and then they go off. Um, so I don't know if it was a couple days later or the next day. She wants to go back to that place because I guess it was like the food was good or something like that. And she sits down and the waiter comes over again, and oh my god, it's been like 3 days. He says something. Oh no, that's what it is. So she goes back into work, and and the guy's sleeping on the couch, and she's like, "Hey, you shouldn't be sleeping here because what if a client comes in?" He's like, "It's not gonna look professional." So he's like, kind of waking up, and then he just grabs her. It's just, mwah. And she's just struggling, trying to get out of it, and then he comes to, and he's like, he just
Realizes what he's done.
he just stands up straight, and he's like, "I'm sorry, I thought you were someone else," and then just walks off. And, and I'm
That
like,
didn't help matters.
okay, weird. Um, so then he, yeah, he just walks off, and then I think later on it shows them working, and then he just walks off again, and she's like, "Is he not gonna like say something about what just happened?" Or I need to get this resolved. And then she starts looking at his desk, and like she's like, God, his desk is so messy, and like his bottom drawer's pulled out, and there's like a picture of him and someone else, and the someone else is covered up. So she's like curious, and I'm like, dude, I'm like, as soon as you reach in there, he's gonna walk back in. Do not touch it. And then she takes it and looks at it, but doesn't show the audience, and she's like shocked, and I'm like, show me. What are you shocked about? And then it cuts to her.
I want to know.
Yeah, and then it cuts to her like walking to that goldfish restaurant again, and her sitting down, and then she's like looking at the picture, and then the waiter walks up, and he's like, "Oh yeah," and he says something, and then she's like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm the one who took that picture," and it's like, and then they show the picture, and it's like, yeah, of him and his fiance, and it's the woman in the picture looks exactly like the main character, and then the episode ends, and I'm like, what the huh? And like, there's a couple things that kind of like make the story a little bit fantastical. Is like when he says that, the world kind of glitches out, and it glitches to like what could possibly be the real version of the world, where like the windows busted, there's nobody in the restaurant, and it's kind of like just abandoned, and then it cuts back to present day with what she sees. So then I'm like, what are these eye drops? Is that waiter actually there? What is this world? And now I'm like, I have to watch this. So I'm like, I'm hooked, like 100%. It's a romance anime with older characters, so it's not the whole high school thing. There's some kind of mystery going on. They talk about their clients and everything, but I haven't seen not one of their clients. So I'm like, is their job even real? I'm like, is this like School Live, where it's just this?
I was about to say. I was literally about to say, where are the zombies at?
I'm like, is this a delusion? Like, she's wearing the eye drops, so she sees this world. Does their boss even exist? Like, I'm like, my brain's like, what is happening?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I purposefully stopped there because I'm so shocked, and I didn't want to have any other answers yet. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I'm 100% continuing the show. I can't wait to find out what's going on. Um, it's 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 that same feeling that I got at the end of School Live, where it's like, oh, what you saw may not have been what you saw. And I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Kowloon generic romance is very, very intriguing. I can't wait to see what the rest of the story has. So, the next show we're going to be talking about is Lazarus. Oh,
And there's another one for you.
yep. So, this show is on HBO Max. So, yeah. I think it's an Adult Swim thing. So I think any future shows that are partnered with Adult Swim, I think they're gonna be on Max.
Okay.
Just like how at the beginning, when anime strike and stuff like that was a thing, that all of the um, Sentai Filmworks, all of their shows went to Anime Strike and also went to High Dive. And now that Anime Strike is no longer a thing, now all of Sentai Filmworks' licenses that they get go all to High Dive. But then Amazon Prime has shows too, so it's um, yeah, it's an interesting thing. So yeah, Lazarus, the show made by the same people who did Cowboy Bebop. Um, if the first episode could talk, it would say, "Check this shit out." Action scene. Action scene, action scene, action scene, set piece, action scene, hostage situation, action scene, and let's take a break for next episode. And I'm like, whoa! um, So this is the show that the big bad, it basically was this doctor who created this miracle drug that basically cured everyone's ailments and disappeared. Then he shows up years later and
Oh
proclaim
yeah. I heard about this. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and proclaims that everybody who is on the drug, it has been basically like the timeline of this of the drug is about to wear off, and once it wears off, everybody who took the drug like 3 years ago is gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he's like, and I have the antidote, and then pieces out. Um, so there's this task force, of course, that is recruiting people to help solve the situation. And the main guy in the red box is a guy who can't be contained. He's in a maximum security prison, and he's broken out of many before. So he's like, another building, another challenge. Um, so the head of this task force basically goes to meet with him and explains the situation that's going on because I don't know if because he didn't know the news or because she's about to propose like a job for him. Um, and she basically tells him what's going on, and then he's like, okay, and I'm like, what does okay mean? Like, um, so then he calls for the guard to come over, and he's like, um, the interesting thing about me is I love breaking out of prisons, and then I'm like, what does that have to do with? And then he just starts fighting, and I'm like, okay. And then guards just start coming in, and he's jumping off of stuff, running around, kicking people, punching people, and I'm like, this is a cool fight scene. And he's like jumping from floor to floor, just running around the building, jumping through vents and all this kind of stuff. Um, there's one there's one old guard that like is in the group, and I'm like, dang, y'all done pulled grandpa out of his office to come try to catch this dude too.
Just waiting for the whole 2 days till retirement.
And I'm like, he's just running around, just beating everybody up, just running around, getting hit too. And I'm like, okay, he's not invincible. And then he gets out of the building and just starts. Now he's a on the run fugitive. And then the task force shows up and they start like cornering him in slowly throughout the episode. And then he's just running into like obstacle after obstacle, just getting through that. And yeah, then a couple of the people in the task force like corner him, and they kind of like stop him for like a couple seconds, and then he gets out of that. And it's interesting because it's like all of the from the task force. There's like, of course, the person who's at the computer where it's like, I'm in. She's in this really cool like orb thing that like it's like a chair, a console where you control stuff, and then these like two arms kind of like curl around, and then this dome screen just appears, and it's like, whoa, and I'm like, that's cool. And then she's like, yeah, and then she's like just doing stuff like not really controlling things, but like pulling information and relaying it to the people out in the field. And then there's this one dude that's like the drone guy, and he's like blocking, like after the second like encounter with the task force, he's basically like blocking the dude's exit, and he like basically pulls up in his van and pulls this big drone out of the van, and then the other guy's on the roof with him, and he's like, all right, he's like, stop, you're coming with us, and then the guy starts to try to like talk him, like distract him, and like get out of the situation, and it is like, that's not gonna work on me. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. So then he's like, okay. And he just jumps off the building and grabs onto the drone and like slowly makes it down to the ground. And I'm like, as soon as he pulled the drone out of the van, I was like, Is he gonna just run off the building and grab it? And he doesn't. And I'm like, okay, I guess there's something about that drone to where he can't do that. And it's like, no, he just didn't want to jump that far down. So he was just buying time for the drone to get closer to him. And I was like, oh.
He's a little smarter than that.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay. And then one of the people who had stopped him before and was shooting at him basically goes around and catches up with him again. And it's this one of the ladies, and she starts like sweet talking him basically to where she can get in close to try to take a selfie, and then she tasers him and knocks him out. And that's how they that's how they finally get him. Um,
So he gets honeypotted. Gotcha.
yes, basically. So I I hope it's not like a Gundam situation where I'm like, the first episode was absolutely amazing, and they're like, all right, come sit over here, we need to talk. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that again. Go
More time. Let's go.
We time's running out. We gotta go. We gotta go get the antidote. We don't
Yeah,
have.
but you gotta know why we gotta get the antidote, and we gotta know why he made it in the first place. Come on.
So, like, we gotta introduce ourselves, and I'm like, I don't care. So, yeah, it is 100% in the Cowboy Bebop action sequence style. Like, one thing, just a tiny thing that I'm a little bothered by is it's one of them things where it's like when a studio gets a new toy or some new kind of technology, and they're like, we gotta justify using this thing, and they love their establishing shots. And it's not that like PA works where they're like, check out this field, and you're like, oh my god, that's beautiful. it's like, okay, we're gonna have this meeting, but you need to know that in this office, we're gonna have the leader of the task force talking to her boss. And I'm like, okay. And it's just a regular scene, and it's like beautifully set up. And then I'm like, why do I feel dizzy? And I'm like, is this room moving? And like, I look at the desk in the corner, and the desk is like halfway blocking this the one of the drawers of the file cabinet, and throughout the scene it like slowly separates. And I'm like, why are y'all moving the scene? You don't need, there's nothing happening, they're just talking. And I'm like, okay. And then they show like whenever he starts whenever he gets out of the prison, he goes to like the transit station. So he jumps on one of those, like, it's not it's not the Shinkansen. He's not going 200 miles an hour, but he jumps on like this metro thing, and like I'm like, the whole building's like slowly moving, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, what's happening? And then another scene where they like show the building that he's about to like jump off of, and eventually, and I'm like, and like and like it's in the middle of the city, and like there's a crane, and like it's a nice view, and it's like it's slowly moving, and I'm like, quit twisting all the scenery, like it's making me dizzy.
You know, just watching the trailer for it, they already have scenes like that in the trailer.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is like handshakers. It's like they can't stop touching the camera. I'm like, stop.
God, why did you have to bring that up?
But
I wanted to forget that one.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh my god. But that's the only thing that I dislike about it. But other than that, it's top grade like action sequences. We got a time limit. It's urgent. We got to get stuff done, and they have all types of people with special skills to get get the task handled. Um,
Fair enough.
but yeah, oh man, it's I like how we said with Cowboy Bebop. The reason why it was great is because you slowly got introduced to the characters,
Mm-hmm.
and they took the time to build out each character because it was 26 episodes. With this show and it being possibly 13, I haven't checked. Um, all the characters in the first episode.
13.
Yeah, all the characters are already there, and I'm like, oh no. So unless they like slow way down and like introduce everybody, I think it's gonna be one of those like streamlined shows.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if
I just
the
don't think it'll have the same impact as Cowboy Bebop. No.
Yeah, if they have the same level of action that that they did in the first episode, it's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
a really fun show. But then it risks like being lost to time because the
It's gonna be a fun show, but not a deep show.
yes. So and I'm fine with it being fun. Like that first episode was, I it was fun. um,
Fair enough.
but yeah, Lazarus. I've been excited to watch this for like 2 months. So um, I'm glad the first episode was fun. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is Mono. Man, so many shows in a row.
Can we take a quick break?
Okay, yes. I was about to say I ran out of drink. So
Yeah,
yeah,
same.
we shall be back. Um, yeah, that's interesting. I like I I like the way that they're approaching this because um, it seems more, I guess, a more mature way to have this type of situation.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
yeah. So I would say for me, I 1 second. Um, for me, I did I did like it. I knew that something was going to happen with the youngest sister because they were hinting it throughout the first episode. Um, but I I'm glad that there was only one situation like that was obvious. Um,
Well, and the really questioning part of that too is like she actually did something previously, um, like cornering him in their gaming room or whatever, and like kind of tussling where he ended up on top of her, and the other siblings walked in and saw that and thought he was perving on her, but it was her that had initiated it. But she had done that previously before she even knew that they weren't related.
yeah. So it was
So
more.
her feelings are even more complicated in that regards.
Yeah, cause basically, like she's more aligned with the synopsis, where it was
Yeah,
like she's like, "This is how I feel, and I know that it's not really the approved of."
yeah,
And then somebody's like, "Well, here's your green light." And she's like,
yeah. By the way, you're not related. Oh,
and
really?
she's like, "Well, now it's awkward."
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. This is probably one that I may continue with too, because um, it it's one of those slow burn high school age romances, but it doesn't. It's complicated because
yeah,
it can be like a seven-sided triangle, so
yeah,
um, that makes it interesting. It's kind of
yeah.
like Kokoro Connect, whereas like there there was like 6 or 7 characters in that one, and like
Hmm.
certain people were kind of paired together almost, and then they're like, oh, our bodies switch now, and they're like, so it's like throwing a wrench into this love polygon.
Yeah,
Are more of the interesting high school age romances that I would be interested in.
yeah.
So yeah, yeah, I may add this one to the list. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level, season 2.
Um,
I found out that I've only seen one episode.
sounds fair. Of this season or of the first season?
Of the first season,
Okay.
so I got a lot
I
of
will
catching up to do.
say this. The first season of the first episode and the first season of the second episode. The only difference you're going to find is how many characters are living in the house. If you want a cozy, nothing of real pertinence is ever really going to happen, day in the life, we're just collecting people to live in this house and we all live together, yada yada yada. Go ahead and check this out. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no real importance. There's no. It's just wacky, crazy, zany. We have a ghost, two slime spirit children, two dragons, Um, now a plant person of some sort, and like, yeah, it's it keeps growing, but at the same time, it's like this is we're just doing the daily life of this. I mean, that's all it really comes down to. So I mean, I have a hard time sometimes, like there's already been a new episodes came out. I haven't
Hmm.
watched it yet. Like
Okay.
and I'm like, yeah, I watched the previous season. This one I'm kind of like, there's nothing new going on. There's nothing in importance. There's just like, here we go. Continue on. Day in the life. Here we go.
Okay.
So I'm like, is it bad? No. But it's almost like, oh God, what's the one we always reference where they're going to go face the demon lord, but they
Oh,
leave like the starting town?
Konosuba.
Konosuba. It's almost like Konosuba without the actual overarching. So take Konosuba, and then omit their quest to go kill the demon lord or whatever.
So it's like Konosuba is doing what they were supposed to be doing. It's just chilling.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 100%. 100%. Because each one of those characters is wacky, zany, crazy in their own right, and do outlandish, crazy stuff. Yeah, and that's yeah. That's pretty much it. I mean, this is why it's like, I know I had it on my list and everything, but I'm almost like, I don't know what to say about it. It's like, every episode I'm like, okay, who are we meeting now? Okay, what's the plan now? Okay, who's talking with who? And all right, cool. All right, and then oh, episode's over with. I'm like, okay, cool, I guess. I mean, yeah, that's
Okay.
pretty much the extent of it.
Okay. um.
I hate to be so blasé and very non-commental about it, but uh, this is they didn't even the studio who's doing this one didn't even do the original one,
Oh.
and it's just like this is their first run in, and I don't know what else to say about it. It's not nothing outstanding, nothing amazing, nothing bad. It's just it just exists.
Okay.
So
Okay. So if you like the first season, there's more of that.
yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%.
Cool. 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 All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Summer Pockets.
I figured this was on your list.
Yeah. So this is the beautiful island show.
And we have another one.
um, I don't know what happened, but I'm not sucked into this one.
Really?
Yeah,
That is surprising.
I don't think it's mysterious enough.
I'm about to say the islands just don't aren't doing it for you now.
I don't know what it is. Um, basically, the uh, the main character, um, I I I think it might have tried too hard. Cause
Ooh, look how mysterious we are. Look how.
so like the main character, he's like on a ferry, just heading towards the island, and he's like I can't remember exactly what he says, but like kind of like um he's like I'm a broken bird or something like something where he's like I can't soar and fly like it's just like some kind of metaphor of like
Look how edgy I
it's like it's just like basically he's just walking around I'm sad and I'm like okay um what why are you on the boat the grandma and like um he runs into this his grandma was like behind him and I can't remember why she commented but she started talking to him and he's like yeah, I'm sad. Like basically, whatever he says is basically like, yeah, I'm sad. And I'm like, and she's like, okay. I'm like, right, grandma? Like, what is this dude? Um, so then he gets off the ferry and like starts heading to the place where he's supposed to live, and like, um, there, one of his relatives is at this house of I think it's his aunt is at the house, and their one of their grandparents passed, so they're basically taking care of the house and like selling stuff or like just basically dealing with the house. Um, and they asked for help from other relatives, and he was basically the only one who wasn't doing anything. Um, so he's like, "Yeah, I got free time because I'm sad." And I'm like, "Shut up." Who else can we follow? I'm like, "This dude's annoying." Um, so he gets there. She uh, all she has to eat at the house is like just instant ramen. So like they open up the box, and I'm like, I guess is this the pantry? I guess like what is this? And it's just a bunch of different types of ramen. And she's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have this be your first meal here. And and then something happens, and she's like, oh, I know. If you go down the street and turn left, there is a restaurant, and they have good food. So then he goes over there and orders a what did they call it? Basically, it was a Happy Meal, but it was worded differently. Um, and then he gets the chef brings him the food, and then he looks at it and he's like, "But I ordered the Happy Meal," and he's like, "And the mama chicken and the baby chicken are together. Isn't that happy?" And then walks off. And I'm like, "What the fuck did you just say? I don't understand that."
Yeah.
I'm like, and why is he confused? Did he not order what the dude gave him, or did do not give him what he ordered? Like I was like, what? Okay. So then he like takes his bike around. Like he's like, I'm gonna ride the perimeter of the island because I need to kill time. So he's going around, and like the I guess the road doesn't go around the perimeter. I think it like part of the road just goes up to the school. So he's like up, and I'm like, what happened? I'm like, what I missed? Did I fall asleep? And he's like, I'm out of school, and I'm like, okay. And it's getting towards the evening, and then he like just starts walking around the school, and he goes to the pool, and there's this girl like um, trying to hold her breath underwater.
Mhm.
So he's like, "What's happening over here?" And he's like, just watching, and I'm like, "Is she drowning or what?" And then she's like, comes out of the water, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" She's like, "What the fuck?" So then, he's like, "Yeah, it's kind of dangerous to be here at the school by yourself at night. What if you get like a cramp in your leg?" And she says some type of slang that's basically like, "Back off," because I guess because he's asking her too many questions. So she says the phrase, and he's like, oh, okay. And then, then he like leaves and goes back, and then he asks the lady, he's like, what does this mean? And she's like, oh, it basically means back off. And he's like, oh, I was being annoying. Okay. So then he I think it just goes to the next day, and then he's like riding the bike around again, and then he shows up at the school again, and then this time instead of her having less clothes on, she actually has a school uniform on because she's like, I may not, I may like some strange person may just show up with me here at the pool, so I should probably put on a swimsuit. Um, so she's practicing swimming, and it just so happens that the main guy was on the swim team. Um, so he sees her bad form, and he's like, I can give her some tips. And I'm like, dude, leave her alone.
Isn't the same one who told her to back off?
Yes. So, so she does like her little um, attempt at swimming, and then she gets out, and then he runs up to her and he's like, "So first you should need to extend your arms out longer, and you should do this and do that," and then he runs off, and she's like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "What is happening in this show?" So he um oh so then on another part of the day he's riding a bike, and then he sees this girl laying against a tree, and she has some kind of animal. It looks like a blue fox, but it's some creature. Like it looks like a fantasy animal. So, and when it talks, it's like pom pom, and I'm like, that's not a real animal. So, so yeah, she's passed out on the tree, and he walks up to her, and then she starts like sliding off the tree, and he's like, ah, and grabs her, and then she wakes up being embraced by this stranger, and she's like, ah, and starts beating him up, and he's like, sorry, and she's like, what are you doing? And he's like, didn't tell her, and I'm like, tell her she's about to crack her head on that rock, like say something, and she's like, what's your problem? And then she looks at the time. She's like, oh my God, it's 2 o'clock. And then runs off. And I'm like, uh, okay. Um, and I can't remember if like anything else of note happens, but then that's the first episode. And I'm like, what is this? Like,
So I dug a little into this. You know what the Do you know what this comes from?
no.
This is a video game. Specifically, a visual novel.
Ah, where you make choices.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes. And one of the things that I saw while looking at some of the on AnyList, the episode discussions was someone talking about that and talking about how they're skipping around some of the dialogue.
Okay.
So, and it's funny because one of the person says, "Here's the thing: the people who played the visual novel said this was too rushing because they skipped some dialogues and some trivia, but the people who only watching this anime said that it's too slow." So what it sounds like to me is that whatever this was originally going for, as far as the and on it's the game itself is actually on the same name as the anime, and it's on Steam,
Okay.
and it's rated very highly, so people actually really enjoy it.
Okay.
But it sounds like it probably just didn't translate well into an anime.
Yeah, like visual novels are interesting when they're turned into animes because it's there's multiple different paths that you can choose,
Yeah.
and because anime is linear,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta pick one and you go. Or you can you can be like Higurashi where you do the paths and you just repeat them over and over. You repeat them and go left, repeat them and go right,
Yep.
um, and you end up needing like 2 seasons to do all the different paths.
Yep.
so, so with this one, I feel like they tried to streamline it, and they're like, let's pick this path, and they did that path, and it's like 4 episodes too long, and they're like, okay, we gotta trim some stuff out, and they
Yep.
just started cutting out different parts, and they're like, this makes sense, and then here I am watching it, and I'm like, what's going on? Why are we hopping around to all these different moments?
Dear Lord. There are 10 spoiler tags for this.
Oh. Uh,
10.
that makes sense because it's a it makes sense, and then it also worries me because I'm like,
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is actually more of a Higurashi thing on this.
yeah, like as soon as you said 10 spoiler, I'm like, that means stuff's about to get crazy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's
With some of
not
these tags, I yeah. Mm-hmm.
okay. I'm going to stick with it because it's not boring.
I will also say this as a reference to this. Um, this is the creators of this visual novel were the same ones who created Clannad.
Oh no.
And Angel Beats. Keep that in mind.
Well, I have to watch it now.
I'm just saying.
I
I'm
got
just
to. It's an island show, and it's also made by people who've done stuff that I like. I'm like, yeah, they tortured me back then, and they're probably
saying. And
gonna.
they're gonna torture you now. I'm telling you that right now.
But
They tortured you then, and they are gonna torture you now.
yeah.
You better have something fun to watch when after you get done watching some of these episodes.
Oh yeah, I'll watch Ballpark afterwards.
Yeah, just keep that in mind. Always have an episode of Ballpark to watch after you watch one of these.
All right. Well, looks like got myself an adventure I'm gonna be going on. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Uma Musume Cinderella Gray.
Yep, here another one for you. I think I only have one more.
uh, oh, I scrolled way too fast. Yes. After we have four more, including this one. So.
So you have three, and I have one. Good luck. I'm gonna sit back and let you take the reins, my friend.
Reigns because Uma Musume. So this show, so far in the first episode, has not tied into the other series.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's a in-universe story with different characters. So
Okay.
we may get cameos, but as far as I know, nobody from the first season, I think this is the fourth season, um,
Mm.
showed up yet. Unless I completely don't recognize people, which is likely.
Which,
Um,
yeah, I was say which is possible because I don't think like how many of these have there been at this point?
as far as I can tell off the top of my head, this is the fourth one.
Good lord! And how many of you actually completed all the way through?
The first
All
one.
of them? Oh
The
yeah, I was about to say. I was like, I didn't think you've actually completed all of them.
no, I saw all of the first one, and then I didn't know that they made three more until just until like 2 months ago. Uh,
Gotcha.
yeah. So basically, this show is about Cinderella Gray. She is a new racer. She is, um, I guess you'd call it uncultured. She has been kind of like a when she was younger, she was a sick child, and
Mm-hmm.
so she really didn't socialize with kids and stuff like that. She was always at home or maybe in the hospitals. They haven't gotten really into the details of that, but they did explain that her mother like did as much as she can to give her daughter the best life that she could with the little that she
Mm-hmm.
had. So as far as like um, physical abilities and stuff like that, when she was younger, she couldn't walk. She had like a weak body, and her mother did everything that she could to give her proper nutrition and like massage her legs and like help her like do any kind of physical therapy and stuff like that she needed.
Mm-hmm.
And because her mother spent so much time on that, she has an advantage because she's Cinderella Gray is extremely flexible compared to the average Uma Musume racer. Um, and because of that, she has an unusual stance as far as running. She can, I guess, lean forward farther, which
Mm-hmm.
gives her like, I guess, more pushing power off the ground and maybe more aerodynamic. I don't know. They haven't gotten into that. They just know they're like, oh, she has an odd stance. And like, oh, it's because of her knees. And then they show her mom, like flashback to her mom massaging her knees, and I'm like, okay. so, so yeah, basically, the first episode is her um, going into the school, being a little bit awkward. She runs into some bullies, and they're like, "Oh well, you were my roommate, but I got a lot of luggage, so there's not really any room for you. But around the corner is the storage room, and you can sleep in there." And she's like, "Cool, a bed," and she just goes and sleeps like normal. And then one of the other bullies is like, walks up to her room at like 5 in the morning, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna scare her so bad," and then opens up the doors, and Cinderella Gray's like out on the track training because she's like, "This is my life. I'm gonna be the best." so, um, so you have the bullies that are trying to like bully her, but they're failing because they're not really devious bullies. They're not like an enemy like the Joker, where like he has you by, he has you by the balls at all time. They're like lackeys. Like they try to bully, but they're not good at it. They're just like they're annoying, and most people stay away from them, and they're like, ha, 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 I'm a bully. So she's gonna always get the upper hand from them, and
Mm-hmm.
kind of like Team Rocket. They're like the Team Rocket of this show. Um, so they basically start tryouts, and they do the first string of characters. You have one top of the class character that shows up, and she like blows everybody away. Gets like a 50-second lap, which I guess is fast because everybody's like, "Oh my god, 50 seconds!" And then the second race has Cinderella Gray in it, and a couple of the bullies. And right before the gun goes off, one of the bullies unties her shoes, and
Mm-hmm.
the gate goes off. She looks down. She's like, "Oh, my shoe's untied." And then another character who's gonna end up being her friend, is like, "Oh no, hurry, we gotta get to the thing." And then she's like, just tying it calmly. And then as soon as she like pulls the shoe tight, it's just boom, and she's just gone. Blast past the bullies, gets 51 seconds, even though she spent like 10 seconds tying her shoes. Like it's like everybody's like, especially the top of the class girl. She's like looking at her and it's like, okay, I got some competition. But she's like, I got some unbelievable competition because even though she didn't get a good start, if she would have gotten a good start, she would have blown the top of the class girl out of the water. So, um, earlier in the episode, there was one scout that's like, it seems like he's been a scout since the beginning, and he may have been one of the coaches from like the first season, but he's a little jaded. He's like, um, you have all of the people who go to like the Cinderella series, like or not, whatever the Star series, like the top of the top elites. They do the big pop dances and stuff like that, and basically
Mm-hmm.
his school is like in a small town. So you see nationals and hit nobody really from his school has gone to regionals. So he's like, I'm in an area where there's no like, what did he call them? Not heroes, but like no superstars. There we go. And he's like, year after year, he sees these people who have talent, but there's no superstars. He's kind of just like, when are we gonna get another superstar? And then Cinderella Gray just comes flying past them, and they're like, "What was that?" And like he doesn't see her again until trials at the thing. So as soon as he sees her make her time, he runs up to her and he's like, "I want to scout you," and then the episode's over. So I'm like, "Hey, that was fun." I remember why I love this show. Um, So yeah, it's interesting. Um, I'm liking the new main character because it's different from the last main character. And I'm glad that they don't kind of rinse and repeat like the same trope as far as a main character goes. Like there's the super excited, secretly talented, always positive character like from the first series, and then
Mm-hmm.
now we have a character who is disadvantaged but a wild girl, like doesn't know like how society actually works because she wasn't in society. Um, Due to her advantages when she was born, now she has this incredible talent, and she's gonna upset the kind of order of everybody else who thought that they were on the top. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be interesting.
Fair enough.
Cool, cool, cool. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is My Hero Academia Vigilantes.
I have totally fallen off with My Hero. Um, I honestly I was thinking about it. I'm like I'm having a hard time thinking where I stopped at. I would literally have to go back and look just to see.
Same.
But I I don't know what caused me to not. But at some point along the way, I just was like, no, I'm good.
I think it may be a similar reason why we both fell off of Attack on Titan. Well, we both fell off of the other show that I had in my head, but I can't remember now. It's oh yeah, my we both fell off of My Hero, and I think it's what do you call it? Cliffhanger fatigue or something similar to that, where it's like
Mm,
it, the stakes are so high that like you gotta finish the story and then we gotta move on. Like you can't just have cliffhanger, 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 and like the stress and the anxiety is always up there. And it's like
mm,
after a couple of years, you're like, I want something different.
yeah.
Um, for me, I'm always ready to peek in. There may be something about this series that like I'm still able to keep on with, but especially because when I watched the trailer, I didn't recognize anybody, so I'm like, oh, this
Well,
is
Vigilantes is taking a whole different story. It's in the same universe, but it's
yes,
not the same characters.
yes, and I think it's a prequel
Mm,
because All Might is in full like All Might's like normal. He's not
mm-hmm.
deteriorated, so um, I that's one thing that brings it like fresh, and then the new characters are like so different than the original cast that I'm like, okay, this is like all brand new. Basically,
Yeah,
all of the
and like
characters.
I know about it, but it's just a matter of just like once I saw the name attached to it, I was just like, nah.
Yeah. Um, a lot of the original characters like make cameos. Like they were like,
Mm.
oh, All Might's here. And like, oh, in
Endeavor.
no, he hasn't showed up yet. Um,
Okay.
I was like Ignition. What's the Turbo Legs guy?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, his brother,
Mm-hmm.
which we didn't really see because his brother got injured or something like that early on.
Yeah.
So it's like way before his brother got injured, and it's his brother, not the other guy. So I was like, oh, okay. So it's interesting. We saw Eraser there,
Mm-hmm.
and a couple of the other teachers, but it's like they just pop in, take care of like the they're like, oh my god, 20 villains showed up. I'm like, yeah, our main characters can't do that. They're like, oh look, the teachers are here, and then they're gone. You're like,
Mm-hmm.
like this isn't gonna be that scale of a show yet. So I'm like, okay. So yeah, it's a bit of a fresh take, a bit. It's like it's like a side story. It's not the like it doesn't have the stakes of the original story, and
Mm-hmm.
I like that it's like we kind of get a reset. They're like, okay, let's go way back down and just slowly work our way back up there. Um, so as far as the three main characters go, you have Pop Step, who is she has a leaping ability, and she uses that ability to uh, basically hop from street light to street light and put on like an idol performance.
Hmm.
So basically, she's like a vigilante idol, cause kind of like how um, like some street performers are like is they're not doing anything bad, but they can actually get in trouble for like public disturbance.
Hmm.
So she's doing that, and because of the crowds that she gathers from her fans that follow her on YouTube and stuff like that, um, basically it blocks a whole street, a whole sidewalk. So she is causing disturbances, so she can get in trouble, but she's not really doing anything harmful.
Hmm.
Um, then you have the main guy who has um, like a hovering ability, and as long as he has 3 points of contact on a surface, he can like slide around on it. Um, and then you have the coolest name I have ever heard in this show. You have this dude named Knuckle Duster. Like he compared to the other two, he's already a vigilante.
Hmm.
Um, he's been going around enacting justice for a while now, and he just comes across them two and kind of ropes them into what he's doing. um, and yeah, basically somebody's being bullied, and he knows that there's something going on, and a way to tell if this situation is involved with that situation is a discoloration of their tongue. So he walks up to
Weird.
the yeah, he walks up to the dudes and is like, "Show me your tongue," and they're like, "What?" And he's like, "Show me your tongue," and he's like, "Ew, dude, get away from me!" And he's like, "Poosh!" just clocking people left and right, and I'm like, he's super strong, so they go flying, and I'm like, Knuckle Duster, yup, that is a perfect name for him. Um, so yeah, so basically the two two other main characters are the restraints on him. They stop him from punching everybody he comes across, who he finds suspicious, and and basically it's like a kind of like a perfect match. It's like you have the I wouldn't say shy, but like not timid. There you go. You have the timid guy who slides on surfaces. You have the pop star, but who also is smart. And then you have Knuckle Duster, who's the muscle. Um, and is yeah, they're going around taking care of street level crimes. Um,
Hmm.
and what ends up happening is what Knuckle Duster finds out is that somebody is distributing this drug. I can't remember what it's called, and basically it's an injectable that turns very small powers into extreme powers, and
Okay.
base they call it it's like it's the drug that turns anybody into a villain. So I don't know what it is about the aggression of that it creates.
They had something like that in the main story
Yes,
of it.
and I can't remember if it's the same
Yeah.
thing because I think I don't know if it was like a thing that they injected into their neck or if it was like a something like a small pill or something. I can't remember what that drug was, but maybe this story is involved like it's like an expansion of that thing. I can't remember if
Has
they're
to
both
be.
yeah if it's the same thing, but yeah. So um, they're coming across more and more people um, who have taken that drug, and basically the drug causes the tip of your tongue to turn black.
Hmm.
So it's a dead giveaway that the person has been using it, and yeah, it's getting slightly crazier and crazier as the days as each episode goes by, and yeah, it's It's fun. Um, it they did that trope where like a superhero is like all they do is like wear a mask and then nobody can tell who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like the main timid guy. He like Knuckle Duster is like in his house just watching his TV and drinking all his eating up all his food. And then he walks in and he's like, ah, it's a burglar. Who are you? And he's like, dude, it's me. And he's like, ah, someone help. And I'm like, it's fine, dude. He has Knuckle Duster has a big scar on his face. This dude has a scar on his face. It's Knuckle Duster. What the hell? And then like the pop step girl just comes over in regular clothes, not all made up, and he's like, uh, who are you? And I'm like, it's a it's a woman with pink hair, the same pink hair as Pop Step. She's wearing glasses, which apparently, if you put on glasses or take off your glasses, he can't recognize you anymore. And I'm just like, what the hell, dude? But but yeah, it's interesting. It's like they're slowly ramping up the incidents that happen, and you're getting more and more cameos from different characters, and yeah, I'm curious like where it's gonna grow to because I feel like it's gonna expand. Um, but yeah, it's
I don't know. I feel like it's just it's reaching. I feel like it's just they're like, hey, what do we have that's like really freaking like popular and everything? And they're like, let's just make a spin-off series with this in it instead.
hmm.
And I'm like, really? Did we have to go that far? Did we have to? Can we just not have what we had and call it good? I don't know.
Okay. Um, yeah, I yeah, I'm curious. Um, I I don't remember the beginning of the story, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of curious where this ties in and where it's going to end up. Cause I'm like, if it's just a expansion of something that they may have just mentioned on the side in the story and made like expanded it into his own little one season thing. Um, I'm curious if they're going to do any of the other like small incidences that they mentioned and like expand those. Um,
Maybe.
but yeah, I can see how how you were saying like they're taking something that's cool and then like expanding the not so interesting parts of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we shall see.
I hate to down it, but at the same time, I mean, if you want to continue it, I mean, I guess just let me know if it's worth the watch. But to me, yeah, it's something like that. I'm just like, really? Did we have to go here? Did we have to go to this point?
Yeah. So far it does seem like a B team kind of story, or it's like
Mm-hmm.
these are the JV heroes, and it's not going to be as grandiose as the original season. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to see because in order for it to get as big as the original one, the main characters in the original one went through some harrowing experiences,
Yeah.
and they were pushed well beyond their limits multiple times to get the story to the scale that it's at. So for this show, I'm like, y'all got some legwork to get to get anywhere near that hype. So,
Oh, for
uh,
sure.
but yeah, we shall see. I'll let you know. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Windbreaker season one. I couldn't find the picture for season one, but so I watched episode one of it, and it was very similar to what I was thinking it was gonna be. Um, it's like my experience with this genre is basically all live action J dramas, um,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all based on school stories. So it's Great Teacher Onizuka, my Gokuzen, and Ikebukuro Westgate Park. These are all shows where it's basically teenage gangs and the stuff that they get into.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it involves school and sometimes not. Um, so basically, this show is takes place in an area where there's turf wars going on. There's big groups of rival gangs, and this story particularly takes place in this one area where one gang, instead of like picking an area and like just causing havoc, um, it's more of like like a mafia approach where they're
Mm-hmm.
like, this is our area and we protect the people of our area. Um, they haven't really gotten into the dynamics of the different groups, but basically, the main character, he has an unusual look to him. Basically, um, half of his hair is discolored, so it's white, um, and one of his eyes on that same side is a different color. So he
Mm-hmm.
has an unusual look for elitist people who see him. They're like, ugh, disgusting. So he has this like, I don't know if you would really call it a chip on the shoulder, but he has this like assumption that everybody who interacts him or sees him is going to treat him badly. So
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't trust anyone. And the only thing that he can rely on is his strength and his capability in fighting, because he always gets into fights because of the situations that happen to him. So basically, what he wants to do is go to this school, like go to this school that he's heard of, and become the strongest person at that school.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that this group works is that it's about teamwork and protecting the community instead of everybody brawl and the strongest one is the king. So it's an interesting way to go about that group dynamic. It's something that I don't really think that the shows that I've watched before get into. As far as like who's the strongest or anything, it's just whoever everybody's scared of the most is the is the leader, and then everybody else follows, does whatever he says. Um, so as far as the show goes, he basically goes to this one town, and he comes across um, I can't remember how he gets into his uh, first incident, but the one of the gangs basically goes into this area to start a fight, and he's the only one that's around. So he basically just goes crazy and starts fighting. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, so he walks into this town, and three of three of these other guys from an outside area that he doesn't know about are harassing this shopkeep lady, and
Mm-hmm.
basically he pops in, the like beats all of them up, and then she, um, to repay him, gives him some food. Um, he's completely shocked because he's not used to people like being nice to him. So
Mm-hmm.
everything that she says, he's just shocked by. Um, and then as he's eating his food, there's this older gentleman in the restaurant, and he finishes his food and he's on his way out. Um, he starts talking with the shopkeep because everybody there's it's like small city, everybody's friendly with each other. And then as he's about to go out the door, the dude saw that he left a bag, so he grabs the bag and gives it to the guy. So you can tell that he has like this soft inner core that he that nobody lets him use. Um, and because of that, the old man gives him some candy, and of course that's another thing that like he's not used to. Um, so then he's just kind of just bewildered, and he kind of like walks out of the shop and he's like, what's happening? I expected to come here and to just fight my way to the top, and everybody's being nice to me. um, and then
Why can't you be mean like I expect you to?
yes, exactly. So then he starts walking down the street, and the people that he beat up earlier, everybody else comes. Well, not everybody, but like they bring friends. So there's like
Mm-hmm.
another 30 guys walking down the street, and they recognize the dude, and they're like, "Hey," and then a brawl ensues, and he beats up about half of them, and then he starts getting tired because it's 1 against 30. And then, um, as he's about to either get hurt, the other people from that area show up and jump in, and they're like, "Thanks for holding them off this long," and then start uh, wiping everybody else out. Um, and then he's confused again because it's teamwork. It's not everybody brawl for themselves. So
Mm-hmm.
um, so the fight's over, and then all of oh, and then oh no, once the fight's going, then everybody from the town is like opening their windows like, yeah, get him, Shinji. He's looking around like, what's happening? Why do we have a crowd? Why is everybody cheering? So then the fight's over, and then like everybody comes out of their stores and everything, and they're like, ah, thank you, and like everybody's all happy and cheering and stuff like that. And he's like, I don't understand what's going on here. Um, and then they start praising him because he was the one who like held the guys off at the beginning, and he's just completely confused. And then the shopkeep comes back up to him, and she's like, "See, this is like th- eventually." Oh wait, actually, when he was in the shop before, he said that she didn't recognize him before, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm here to fight my way to the top." And she's like, "You're not gonna be able to do that because you're alone." And then at the end of the episode, once the big fight's over, she's like, "See what I was talking about? Here, you're not alone." And
Mm-hmm.
it's a nice button up to that episode, and I'm like, man, I'm curious to see like how they're gonna approach this because every other show that I've seen in this genre approaches it completely different. It's usually you have a group of people who are being, I guess, not treated well. They're all basically in the same classroom or all hang out together
Mm-hmm.
because they don't really have anyone else around them. And then the story pulls on one character at a time and pulls them into a situation where everybody else has to help them. This may be the same thing, where it's like everybody bands together, but they're also taking care of the community. So there's a positive aspect to it. But then also the story pulls one character out and everybody helps them through each situation. So it may take the same course. It's just this one has a different aspect to it. They got a
Right.
crowd and cheering. And it's like instead of the characters being treated badly by everyone around them, other than their friend group, it's like they have a community and
Mm-hmm.
they're protecting the community. So it's like the same thing except they're heroes. It's an interesting twist.
Mm, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, I like it. It's an interesting twist. The next show and the last show we're gonna be talking about is Witch Watch.
Um, have you watched this one?
Yes.
It's freaking weird.
Oh my god, I was laughing so hard at Paper Girl. It
It's freaking weird.
yes.
I don't I don't know necessarily how I feel about it. I really don't. On the one hand, it's funny. On the other hand, it's annoying. On the other hand, it has a lot of interesting aspects, and at the other hand, I think they're throwing in as many references as they possibly can.
Yes. This is this is one of them reference shows where it's like, oh, our whole point is to reference as much stuff as possible.
As many other animes, as many other shows, as many other just tropes. They're just like, we're just gonna do all of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. This is the show that had me laughing the most out of everything. Uh.
Really?
Yeah. Because of how ridiculous it is. Um. It's like she arrives through a glass window. Like
Yeah.
it's like normally anime introduces a female character by either a chest shot or a butt shot. And they're like, nah, she's gonna come flying through the window. And I'm like, okay.
And he's gonna get upset because she came through the window and
Yeah.
just be like, "You broke my window." They're like, "Are you all right?" They're like, "You broke my window."
um, and then it's like, it's one of them things where it's like, it's, I'm like, I am on the fence whether she's doing magic or voodoo because everything she does,
Combination of both.
yeah, everything that she does has a catch. They're like, oh, I can fix the window. And it's like, in order to do that, I need something that you cherish very much. And he's
And
like,
I'm going
okay.
to break it.
Yeah. She's like, oh, this is my favorite cup. She's like, okay, fix door, smash. And I'm like, you couldn't have told him that, like, but then it wouldn't work. And I'm like, it just, yeah, it's very funny. The dude that had the mohawk, I'm like, I have a question. Did they sacrifice his haircut or did they sacrifice his hair?
His hair.
So I'm like, he's permanently bald now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, every time she does something, I'm like, is this one of them curse spells or is this, it's like, is this one of them voodoo spells or is this like just actual magic? I'm like, it's always a toss up.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I can make everybody fly, and I'm like, what's the catch? It's like, no,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
no, there's no catch this time. It's just other people can't see the force field, and a truck may go flying through the air. It's like, yeah, that's not a catch, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. The show's very wacky. I like it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
This show reminds me of shows like Furikuri and Excel Saga.
Yeah.
Wacky, bizarre, off the wall shit happens, and we're just along for the ride.
Yeah. Um, it is funny that like some people in the show are like they are weird themselves, so they're too scared to react to something that they're seeing that's weird.
Yep.
Like the teacher.
Yep.
She's straight up otaku and she's seeing weird shit in her classroom and she's scared to point it out.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is amazing. um, one thing that I am curious about is the mom actually serious or does the witch get some of her zaniness from her mom? Because the mom has a very serious front and she's very powerful, but I'm like
Hmm.
she's sending weird messages to the dude. She's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I have another I have another premonition. Dog and rain. Be wary of dog and rain." He's like, "What's dog and rain supposed to mean?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
you see that all the time. You're gonna be scared every day. So,
Yeah. It's a lot.
oh
It's a lot to take in.
yeah, um, and it's like her magic spells know no bounds because it's like
Hmm.
I would not have thought that she would have turned herself into a sheet of paper and flew out the window. I'm like
No.
that's not that's not something I thought a witch would do. So.
Mm-mm. That was not on my bingo card.
and
That was not on my bingo card. I can tell you that much.
then that leads to the thing where she's like she's clumsy, so she's like, I don't trust her. Like I don't trust her with her magic at all. And I'm like, nah, I'll do it myself. So yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious how serious the show's gonna get later on because there's going to be a threat. Um, they seem to be building up their army to fight against the threat. um,
Mm-hmm.
and there are moments where he gets serious and powerful. So um, it's this show has so much in it that I'm like, I kind of don't know how it's gonna get to the serious part. It's gonna be it's gonna zig and it's gonna zag, and eventually we'll
Oh,
get we're gonna get to the resolution. So um, yeah, this what you watch, the zany show, funny show. Don't take it seriously, and it's very fun. But
100%.
yeah. So that is it for our initial thoughts on the winter season of no, on the spring season of 2025. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
It's again, the season is okay, but it's not great. It's not like wowing my socks off, but it's
mm,
not bad.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, last season for me was action packed, and then this season for me is just silly.
Yep.
So, um, yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to laugh and enjoy this season because um, I'm gonna see some crazy stuff eventually.
100%.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's it for today's episode. We will be back in about a month or so. And as always, this is DK and Shade from TacoYaki Anime. I thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do.